everyone to kindly settle down in the conference hall. I would request everyone to please maintain the decorum of the program and please keep your mobile phones on silent mode so that it does not disturb the proceedings in between. A sense of pride and honor sets in when welcoming our guests on the days, of the days, and the future chartered accountants. I am Parsha Mehta, and I am privileged to welcome you all to the grand finale of the National CA Students Chess and Debate Competition, organized by the Students Skills Enrichment Board of Studies Operations and hosted by the Vadodara branch of WIRC and Vadodara branch of Vikasa. Deepa Jyoti Parabrahma, Deepa Jyoti Janardana, Deepa Me Haratu Papam, Deepa Jyoti Namostute. The shlok means that we salute the Lord, the sustainer of the creation in the form of light. We worship the light which destroys all the pains resulting from our darkness and wrongdoings. Flame symbolizes wisdom and knowledge. Hence, we light the lamp to bow down to the knowledge as the greatest of all forms of wealth. On that note, I would like to request our chief guest, Dr. Ketan Upadhyay, and all the dignitaries to please come on the dais to inaugurate the function by lighting of the lamp. I would also request Mr. Vishal Doshi and Sir Rahul Parikh sir to escort the dignitaries on the dais. I would also request the Vikasa committee members and Vikasa chairman to kindly join in the lighting of the lamp.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, dignitaries. The only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. ICAI, the leading professional body of our country, describes its vision statement as being the world's leading accounting body, a regulator, and developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in accountancy, assurance, taxation, finance, and business advisory services. So before we begin this grand event, I would request everyone to rise for the ICAI motto.
Yaesha supteshu jagrati Yaesha supteshu jagrati Kamam 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 Pursho nirvimana Adeva shukram Ada Brahma Adeva Mritamucchate Tasmin lokaha Sarve taduna Etat vaita
Thank you, everyone. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce the dais. Our chief guest for this grand finale, Dr. Ketan Upadhyay, Dean, Faculty of Commerce, Maharaj Sayajirao University of Vadodara. C.A. Sushil Kumar Goel, Central Council Member and Chairperson of Student Skills Enrichment Board, Operations ICAI. C. Vishal Doshi, Central Council Member and Vice Chairperson of Student Skills Enrichment Board, Academic ICAI. C. Rahul Parikh, Regional Council Member of ICAI, Western Region ICAI. Also adding glory to the days, we have C.A. Manoj Sahu, Chairman, Vadodara Branch of WIRC of ICAI. C.A. Rikin Patel, Vice Chairperson, Vadodara Branch of WIRC and Chairperson, Vikasa Vadodara. And C.A. Rahul Agrawal, Treasurer, Vadodara Branch of WIRC of ICAI. Participation in cultural activities is invaluable and enjoyable in its own right, but it also gives young people the chance to develop important life skills such as creativity, confidence, and self-discipline. Chartered accountants are considered pioneers in their field of expertise, but there was a notion that their public speaking skills and communication skills are not at par with other business administrators. To clear this incorrect notion, the BOS has been conducting various events like the debate, chess, extempos, painting, etc., which would enable the students to develop their interpersonal as well as intrapersonal skills and help build their confidence. The Board of Studies is responsible for the administration of the Chartered Accountancy curriculum, imparting theoretical education to students undergoing the Chartered Accountancy course. Due to increase in activities of the BOS, in 2020, the activities have been divided into two segments, that is, BOS Academic and BOS Operation. While BOS Academic provides a comprehensive package of educational inputs to enable the students to prepare well for the examinations, BOS Operations concentrates on conducting events with different student activities with the underlying objective of the overall development of the students apart from the studies. A torchbearer of such events is the National Talent Hunt Program, wherein students from all branches compete internally and then qualify for the regional levels of the respective competitions. When they are sent for the regionals, the students who qualify from there then reach the national level tournament, which is today. Today, we are going to witness the nationals of debate and chess competition, and we will get the champions for the same. I also request all the participants that they should remain seated here before the closing of this event, and then we will be distributing you to the respective classes. May I now invite C. Rikin Patel to provide his opening remarks.
Good morning to dignitaries on the dais. Our chief guest, Ketan Upadhyay sir, our chairman of SSEB, Sushil sir, our very own central council member, Vishal sir, our regional council member, Rahul sir, my chairman, Manoj Sahu, my secretary of the managing committee, Rahul, my managing committee who is sitting in front, Prashant Bhai, Dhruvik, my Vikasa committee, Arpan and all dear friends, a very, very, very good morning. Since you are here, I would like to brief you about the activities which during the year we have done at Vikasa. But firstly, I would like to thank Sushil sir and Vishal sir for giving us the opportunity to host this grand finale at Vadodara. So thank you so much, sir, for giving us this opportunity. This is one of its kind event happening first time at Vadodara. So thank you so much. We were also honored to have the national conference for CA student this time at Vadodara. And again, I would like to thank Sushil sir and Vishal sir for giving us the opportunity to host that national conference, which was a grand event. We have also hosted a regional conference for CA student. We did a lot of activities, regular events like mock test, revisionary sessions. Also, we focused on mental health and physical health of CA students. So we did a lot of programs for their mental health and physical health. We did special programs for blood donation. We also did a special AKAM run, that is Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav run on the Independence Day. We throughout the year we did a lot of career counseling programs wherein we went to different schools and universities, and overall we did counseling for more than 12,000 students of Vadodara and inspiring them to join CA course. So these were the highlights of the event which we hosted at Vadodara, and will continue doing this with the support of the committee as well as everyone present over here. I'll give rest to my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Rikin sir. May I now invite CM Manoj Sahu to deliver his opening remarks.
Dignitaries on the dais, my committee, students participating from across the nation, and students who are going to witness this chess and debate competition. A very warm welcome and good morning to all of you. And participants coming across the nation, a very warm welcome to the cultural capital of the Gujarat and one of the vibrant branch of the ICI, this is Vadodara branch. Friends, this event is a very accumulation of the very hard work that you all participants have done, and you have reached to this finale level. And I am sure that it will be a skill sharing and joyful event for all of you. I thank to the chairman of the SSAB board for allowing us to host this event for the first time in the history of the Vadodara branch. Friends, whatever would be the result at the end of this event, you all 40 participants are the winners because you have put in such a great efforts to reach to this finale. That is a winning for all of you. With this, I wish you all the best. Thank you.
May I now invite C. Rahul Parikh to address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais, or judges for today's competition, chief guest, Sushil, Ketan sir, Sushil sir, Vishal, and all the participants who are the best of the best that India, the CS student, our CS student community has, who have gathered here today after a lot of hard work, and our students from Baroda also. A very warm welcome to all of you. This is indeed a moment of pride for us that we are for the first time hosting the grand finale for the National Chess and Debate Competition. And for the students in Vadodara who are here to view this event, yes, it's I think you will find it an enriching experience as well as a unforgettable moment in your student history also, because debate, first of all, let me come to the debate part. The debating skills are actually, I believe, from the essence of our profession also, because you are required to engage that everywhere, whether it be convincing a client or a regulatory authority or maybe negotiating a merger or valuation, etc. This is where you get the ability, this is what provokes your thinking abilities to, look a question from both sides. That's the difficult part. When you are debating, you can be either for or against. Even your personal beliefs aside, you may want to, because that's what you do when you are representing a client also, right? So that's why I think the debate competition which the institute has been running, and today what we are witnessing, the finale, are very, very important. And so I congratulate all the participants for making it here. As Manoj said, you are already winners because you put in so much effort into it. And so congratulations to all of you. The chess competition, again, something that provokes a lot of thought process. And I would request all the students to go upstairs at the library and see the arrangements and maybe indulge in watching some of the games also, because that is equally exciting. So again, yes, the participants who have come from all across India, welcome to Vadodara. Vadodara branch is known for its excellent hospitality since a lot of years. I think you'll have a good time here today. Tomorrow, I think you have a visit scheduled to SOU also. So yes, you enjoy that. So, and I'm sure Vadodara branch has left no stone unturned in hosting this. My thanks to BOS Operations for allowing Vadodara branch to host this event. So I hope everybody has a great time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would now request C. Rahul Parikh to welcome our chief guest, C. Ketan Upadhyay, with a bouquet. I would now like to call upon C. Manoj Sahu to welcome C. Sushil Kumar Goel sir with a bouquet. I would now request C. Rikin Patel to welcome C. Vishal Doshi with a bouquet. I would now like to formally introduce C. Vishal Doshi. Apart from being a Central Council member, Sir is serving as the Vice Chairman, Board of Studies Academics for the term 22-23. Sir is having more than 25 years of experience in audit assurance. Sir is also the Vice Chairman of Auditing and Assurance Standard Boards, an expert advisory committee of ICAI, and a member of various standing and non-standing committees of ICAI for 22-23. He was awarded the Rashtrapati Scout Award by Shri K.R. Narayan, the Honorable Past President of India. He is also appointed as an expert member on the Board of Studies in Accounting and Financial Management team by Maharaj Sayajirao University of Vadodara. He has specialization in various areas like statutory audits, tax audits, internal audits, budgetary control, due diligence, and valuation of business. He has delivered various lectures on topics such as Ind AS, IFRS, standards on auditing, CARO, guidance notes on accounting standards, and various seminars, workshops, study circles, universities, and conferences. With these words, I would now like to call upon C. Vishal Doshi for sharing his thoughts on this finale.
Good morning, everybody. Sitting on the dais, Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Ketan Bhai Upadhyay, Chairman of the Board of Studies Operation, the SSCB, Sushil Bhai, Regional Council Member Rahul Parikh, Branch Chairman Manoj, Vikasa Chairman Rikin, Secretary Rahul Agarwal, Managing Committee members, the judges for today's events, that is the debate and the chess competitions, all the participants who are from all the 5 regions, pan India. We have a representation today in Vadodara, and my student friends. It gives me a great privilege, I would say pride and privilege both, to welcome all of you, especially the participants of the debate and the chess grand finale to the cultural city of Vadodara. Sorry. Friends, Sushil Bhai and myself, we are though both Board of Studies, but we are actually opposites. And that is what Sushil Bhai always reminds me of it, that when I am at the Board of Studies Academics, and I'll borrow words, Sushil Bhai, from what you always mention, that, I do everything about the curriculum, about studies, about academics, and Sushil Bhai's committee does everything other than that. That is the difference. But let me tell you, friends, under Sushil Bhai's leadership, a lot of additional competitions have been added this year, and we are very happy. Like we are having this year
a total of 10 competitions for students, which earlier we used to have quiz, we used to have debate, we used to have elocution, but that has now been expanded to chess, and I believe chess is for the first time that is being organized. We are also having the extempore speaking, we are having the sketch, the drawing, we are also having poetry writing, a lot of these. So a big round of applause to Sushil Bhai for the initiatives. And friends, let me tell you that soft skills, when we say, and this was always a debate that had been going on at the institute level, that as technical people, we are the best in the country. When it comes to knowledge, when it comes to implementation of the various laws, various accounting provisions, the financial statements, we are the best. But what we were lacking was on the soft skills. And that is how the GMCS, and all those got added to the curriculum. But in addition to that, these competitions actually bring out the best. We already have all these sort of things when we were in school. And then somehow with our books, I would say our head into the books, we somehow lose track of all these skill sets that we always used to have during our school days. And I'm very happy that at SSEB, we are given this opportunity to again bring them up, to again rekindle them and bring it out amongst peers, amongst equals, amongst the student fraternity, where we are able to showcase the talent on these various aspects. And like Rahul mentioned, that these are some of the skill sets which actually also sharpen your brain. When you play chess, when you debate, when you start thinking, and I understand today we are going to have excellent deliberations, that when a person speaks for the motion and there is another person who immediately has to speak against the motion, the person has to gear up, has to listen, and also think about what the predecessor has said and immediately try to counter that with a logical, with a valid argument. And I think all these competitions that have been being done by the SSEB are really going to I would say sharpen our minds, rekindle our hobbies also, I would say, for many of us. And I take this opportunity to thank Sushil Bhai and the SSEB for allowing Vadodara to host this grand finale for the debate and chess competition. For all the participants, I would say, yes, it's been a long journey from the branches to the region to the national. So my compliments to everybody who has participated, those who are here and those who are not here, because it's important to participate, to come out. And my best wishes to all of you who are going to compete today. But friends, I would also say that this is a great time for bonding and fellowship, because these 2 days, in fact, almost all of you have come yesterday. These 2 days would be a best time because you are having a pan-India presence of students amongst you all. You are having a lot of students from Vadodara also. So I would request everybody, to the Barodians also and to the non-Barodians also, to interact with each other, exchange pleasantries with each other. You never know. Down the line in your life, you might, come across each other as somebody might become a CFO of Reliance, or somebody, I would say, might even become the CFO or ITC or MD of ITC. You never know what the future has in store. And this is a great opportunity to interact, to bond with each other. So my best wishes to all the participants. And I would also extend that have fun tomorrow when you are all going to visit the Statue of Unity. So best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to introduce to you Sri Sushil Kumar Goyal. Apart from being a Central Council member, he is serving as the chairman of BOS operations for the term 22-23. Sir is having more than 26 years of experience in the areas of indirect taxation, including service tax, GST, and earlier VAT. He has authored various books like Service Tax Guide, GST Guides for MSME, RCM, e-way bills, etc. So he is also the editor of the monthly GST bulletin, Tax Talk. He is a member of the GSTN Consultation Committee formed by the GSTN, where he is representing ICAI, and various other GSTN grievance redressal groups formed by the CBIC. On the occasion of Platinum Jubilee of his school in Tinsukia, Assam, they conferred upon him Eminent Citizen Award in appreciation of his outstanding achievement in professional, social, business, and other fields. Sir has been a regular speaker on service tax and GST, which have been aired on various channels like DD National, NDTV, ABP Ananda, Z24, Z24 Ghanta, etc. Sir has represented ICAI at Open Forum of World Customs Organization and has also presented papers at World Bank Group and International Federation of Accountants. With these many words, I would like to call upon Sri Sushil Kumar Goel for sharing his expectations for this finale.
Honorable Chief Guest, CA Dr. Ketan Upadhyay, Dean Faculty of Commerce, MSU, Baroda. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. And definitely we all looking forward for your words of wisdom for our students. This is, sir, this is program not only physically organized here, it is being telecasted to the entire country. And the students are watching sitting at their home or in their office because it is available free to all the members. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and being here. Regarding Vishal Bhai Doshi, Central Council member, thanks Baroda for sending him to Central Council. Not only a good person, but a thorough academician, I can say, and Vice Chairman of Board of Studies Academic. I will speak about that role only, not other roles which he is playing in ICI. This year, the crate has been finalized. And if somebody understands crate in ICI from A to Z, then he is Vishal Doshi. No other person can understand crate in full. He understands crate, ki sir aisa hoga, waisa hoga. But he can tell you the logic and grounds why this particular provision is there. Why the exam to be conducted in November 23, not in May 24. He has ground, he has logics, and he has done a study. He visited more than 25 places, I believe, during this great outreach programs. He told about the thank you Board of Studies operation for giving this to Baroda. So many persons told about. But let me tell all of you my problem. I was looking for a perfect host. And I was not finding it. And ultimately, I requested him, please host it in Baroda, because it's not only a cultural city, each and every person dedicated working for it. I hope all you are enjoying hospitality of Baroda since yesterday. It is yes or no? I thought sound will come. So we chosen Baroda because I wanted all you winners. All of you are winner. Anybody doubt? A round of clap for all of you, because all these persons sitting in the audience, might be you are seeing them as a participant today, but I am seeing them as a regional level winners. So all you are winner, and to honor this, we have organized one education trip tomorrow. Just for honoring all of you, we organize one education trip tomorrow to Statue of Unity. वो fun की बात कर रहे थे, लेकिन no fun there. It will be education trip. And if you find out some fun out of this education trip, that is up to you. Because it is rare opportunity that all India students are meeting at one place. And it is exchange of culture, exchange of knowledge, exchange of thought process, and exchange of opportunities. What you are seeing in other regions and other states. A great opportunity to whoever participated and come up to this level is a big achievement. Even those who are participated at the branch level, I want to salute them, because those who have not participated, somebody participated and lost. His chance was 50%, but who is not participated, his chance is 0%. At least you opted for it, you are here. And regarding competition, number of competition, we thought we are nothing to do with studies. वो तो विशाल भाई पढ़ाएंगे, पढ़ाई लिखाई कराएंगे, जब आप थक जाओगे तो हमारे पास आना, हम आपको कुछ स्पोर्ट्स कराएंगे, कुछ डिबेट करवाएंगे और कुछ क्विज खेलेंगे. And you people are doing it wonderfully. One thing I want to share, last year when CRET was there, I was totally involved with the Board of Studies in the CRET. When we were discussing some of the papers, why these papers at all should be part of CS syllabus. You might be thinking some of the papers is not helping to chartered accountants, but why we are teaching? Then somebody came, one technical person came and informed that this will help you to develop your left part of brain. This will help you right part of brain. We never thought of this. But I am telling all of you, when ICI is doing something, ICI is planning something, they go into this level of detail, how we can achieve the overall growth of the students. It is not only that we want to make you chartered accountant, but you might want to make you perfect chartered accountants and true professionals. So thank you for joining. Thank you, Vishal Bhai and the team. Regional Council member is also there, Rahul Bhai, and branch. I'm not naming, but they are working very hard, at least for 1 week. आपको तो कल आए, आपको लग रहा है, लेकिन आपके स्वागत की तैयारियां वो at least 1 week से regularly. Alok ji is sitting in the auditorium, secretary to this committee. He is on the toes because he wants to deliver something to all of you. Help them. This Delhi team is always available. Thank you, Alok ji, with the team. So wishing all of you, all the best. And I wish that best should come out. Thank you.
I would now like to take this opportunity to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Ketan Upadhyay, sir. Dr. Ketan Upadhyay is engaged in providing education to students in the MSU Vadodara for the past 32 years. Sir is currently engaged in delivering lectures in MCOM, BCOM, BBA, postgraduate diploma in financial management and business management, and as a visiting faculty in Vadodara branch of ICAI and in Center for Entrepreneurship Development, Gandhinagar. Sir has published a book titled Financial Management in Private Sector Banks and has co-edited books like Emerging Trends in Financial Reporting Standards and Paradigm Shift in Financial Reporting. Sir is also a member of the editorial board of Journal of Commerce and Management published by Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat, that is KCG. On an administrative front, Sir has served as the head of the Department of Accounting and Financial Management, Associate Program Director in the BBA program, and also served as a government-nominated Senate member and was a part of various other committees. With these words, I would now like to invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Ketan Upadhyay, sir, for sharing his great words of wisdom and addressing the gathering.
A very warm and pleasant morning to all present here at this August gathering. For me, it is a great pleasure to be part of this inaugural function of grand finale of debate and chess competition hosted by Vadodara branch of WIRC of ICAI. I take this opportunity to congratulate Vadodara branch for hosting this national event where some of the brightest minds are present across the country. This event is also very important because this year we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. It is also a matter of pride for all of us in India that we are hosting G20 summit here in India. Today also is a very important day for all of us because we are observing Martyrs' Day and we are remembering Mahatma Gandhi ji. 30th January 1948, unfortunately, we lost Mahatma ji. So, in this auspice, we are meeting today. I congratulate all the participants who have come all the way from different parts of country and become guests to Vadodara. If opportunity would have been given to me, I would have also welcomed to the Faculty of Commerce the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. I thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to talk to you. CA Sushil Kumar ji, Chairman SSCB, CA Vishal Doshi ji, Vice Chairman BOS, and my friend Vishal Doshi ji is a instant help to all of us in Faculty of Commerce. Whenever we need his support and his expertise, he has never denied us that. He is also part of our faculty board. Like you have board of studies, we have faculty board which determines curriculum, and his inputs and his expertise is always very valuable to us at Faculty of Commerce. CA Rahul Parikh ji, RCM member. CA Manoj Sahu ji, Vadodara branch. CA Rikin Patel ji, Vadodara branch. CA Rahul Agrawal ji, secretary. Friends, at this moment, if I do not remember my gracious legendary personalities from this institute, Professor K.C. Mehta sir, who was Pro-Vice Chancellor of this university, Chartered Accountant, Professor J.H. Shah sir, Professor J.R. Khedkar sir. When I'm talking about this name, maybe some some young friends may not be aware about that, but I'm talking about 1985, 1986. And fortunately, we have been groomed by these personalities at the Department of Accounting and Financial Management. So we carry this legacy till today, and we hope that we will carry forward their legacy in the future also. When I got call from the institute that I need to speak to the students of this institute, and the event is National Chess Championship and Debate Championship. When it was Chess Championship, I was little curious. Why institute thought chess as a skill enhancement or skill enrichment thing? It was a pleasant surprise to me. But then, Google Maharaj is always there. So, yesterday night I Googled and I found that chess requires certain skills. All of you are coming by beating your opponents there from your respective councils. So you are not rookies. You understand the word rookies. Rookies are beginners. You are not beginners. You have already achieved here, right? So then I found that few skills. One is visualization. Visualization. That skill, I was correlating your curriculum and the skill and the profession of chartered accountancy, and you will be surprised that the game of chess requires skills which are must in a chartered accountant, and particularly professional chartered accountant. So visualization is one thing. It is the ability to see in your mind. And sometimes it is blank. You know, you don't see the game as it is. You are visualizing in your mind. Calculation. We all are people from calculus, right? Somebody has told somewhere that Indian is always born with a calculator in his CPU. And I think he is right. We at India are born with CPU, which has a calculation inbuilt. Evaluation. Evaluating the situation dynamically requires a lot of skill. Strategy. You have to, every minute the strategy changes. And that is what is required in the game of chess. Then opening. You know, if you open the game successfully, I think you have done the 50% right thing. And finally, end game. I mean, I have never played chess. I should be frank and honest enough. But end game. Most pieces have been exchanged, and now it is safe for the king to join the. So these are few words I learned yesterday night. And I thank you for that. You have given me some new dimension of learning chess. Maybe I will try sometime. But I will be a rookie. I think I must appreciate and I must salute Institute that this vision of chess as a skill has been introduced under the leadership of Sushil Kumar ji and Vishal ji. I think it is going to go a long way, particularly when our country, not our country, entire world is facing the menace of frauds and scams and, you know, embezzlement and all these things. So, chess का तो नाम है, but I think your investigative skills will be enhanced because of this type of game. And I'm very happy that you guys are playing this game very sincerely. The second skill, which is a debate. And I think here I have a lot of concern. And I have come here with an expectation, particularly from this very, august group of students. Friends, I at the Faculty of Commerce in Vadodara, I consider Vadodara as a very elite city. I think we are at par with Delhi or Bombay or Pune or Bangalore or Hyderabad, right? And we are beating them. But at Faculty of Commerce, I find communication skill in a very pathetic condition. And you friends, you can help us. You go back to your regional councils, and I think you should do this thing that each one of you should teach about 15-20 students of commerce in your colleges, particularly the language. I think this should be taken as a mission. We are fundamentally very powerful. Calculation is inbuilt in our body. It is in our CPU. But we somehow fail at communication. These days, I am assessing the answer books of my master degree classes. And I have an instant, problem of blood pressure. My blood boils at looking at the answer books. So please help the country. Help the country. It is a need of the hour. I'm teaching accounting standards. 80s and 90s, I have taught AS. Now I have started learning Ind AS. But language point of view, I find it very, very difficult. And if it can happen in Vadodara, I doubt what must be happening at the smaller centers like Bharuch or Godhra or I'm talking about Gujarat. language proficiency must be the intention of the skill enrichment board of this august institution. But I think this is also an area where all of us will have to take in a missionary way. I think in a war footing, I understand that China is spending a lot of money on English. Because Chinese fail in English, we are doing wonderfully good, but I think we need to take more challenges. At this point of time, I would also like to impress upon Institute, and particularly when the top people from BOS are here, that Indian universities are taking up NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020. We are also in the process of, reshuffling our syllabi, and we will certainly take the help from this August Institute. But there are few things which our NEP has put thrust upon, and which I would also request the Institute to take into consideration is a value education. Value education. I give one example of value education. Today, my sincere appeal to friends who are going to be the winners. When you win, now it is very natural that everybody is not going to be winner. But then you are not a loser also. But particularly in the game of chess, when you win, please do not close your game with checkmate. Do not. It's a negative thing. The meaning of checkmate is that king is dead or king is helpless. And to me, it creates a negativity. This is my suggestion. But please do not say checkmate. Just say you played a good game and we are brothers or sisters. Right? That is the spirit of sportsmanship we should carry. Because value education means this, the concept of coexistence. Concept of coexistence. This group of students, we have a lot of hopes from you in leading the India in future. And I know that each one of you will, delegate the legacy to the future generation also. So there is a lot of hope from our side to this side. So this is value education. Second is Indian knowledge system. Indian knowledge system, particularly, I was reading yesterday about somebody is giving free coaching classes online on Vedic mathematics. Good area to explore. So value education, the concept of coexistence, you okay, me okay, we survive together, we go further together. This type of, and I understand that Institute has also introduced psychology in your syllabi. I think this is one more good thing which has happened to your syllabus, because in particularly in area of accounting, we are coming up with the concept of behavioral finance. So psychology is going to be a great help to all of you. There are so many things happening in India. Luckily, as a country, we are doing fantastic. And I think we have only one way to go, and that is up. And with your help, and with your commitment, and with your dedication, with your focus thing, I think we'll be able to achieve that. I talked about Mahatma Gandhi ji. One more thing about Mahatma Gandhi ji. We are talking about corporate governance, but Mahatma ji did not know the word, but he knew the word called trusteeship siddhant. Trusteeship no principle Mahatma Gandhi ji te wakhate Birla ji and bija industrialist ne apta ata. I think there is nothing new in corporate governance. It is trusteeship siddhant. My best wishes to all the participants. Please play the game very fairly. All competitors, please go from Vadodara with some beautiful memories. Thank you for inviting me. My regards to Sanjeev ji. Sanjeev ji is a very senior person who is helping the university in number of tasks. So when I come here, I go back to my memories of 1986 when I was groomed by very senior chartered accountants of this institute. So we are eternally grateful to the institute for helping us. Almost all students becoming chartered accountants in Vadodara have their, linkages with Faculty of Commerce. But as the course demand lot of time, please don't get me wrong, but I call them non-resident students because I do not see them in my classroom, but I wish they are there. And I know they are there. So do proud to Vadodara. Do proud to Vadodara. Thank you. Sarve Sukhina Bhavantu. Thank you so much.
May I now call upon C. Sushil Kumar Goel, sir, to honor Dr. Ketan Upadhyay, sir, with a memento. I would now request C. Vishal Doshi to present a memento to C. Sushil Kumar Goel, sir. I would now request C. Rahul Parikh to present a memento to C. Vishal Doshi. Friends, I would now like to request the judges for the debate competition to kindly come on stage. I'll announce one by one, and we request the faculties to present them with a memento. I will start with the jury present on the dais, Sri Rahul Parikh, sir. Sir is a fellow member of Chartered Accountants, was also a past chairman. Currently, is serving as the RCM of the branch. I would request Sri Manoj Sahu to present a memento to Sri Rahul Parikh. I would now like to request CS Sanjeev Shah to kindly come on stage for the dais. I would request CA Rikin Patel to present a memento to Sir. Sir is also a past chairman of this branch and is holding the FCA, CAP and CFRA degree. He is practicing in the areas of the mergers and acquisitions, due diligence, etc. Now, I'd like to request Dr. Swati Khurana Parnami to kindly come on stage. Ma'am is currently working as an independent consulting nutritionist. She is an executive committee of the Indian Diabetic Association and has been teaching research activities in the field of foods and nutrition for the past 9 years in the Department of Foods and Nutrition in the MSU. I would request Rahul Abewal, sir, to kindly present ma'am with a memento.
Recording stopped.
Government recognized Senate member in the MSU.
Recording in progress.
I would now request the arbitrators for the chess competition to kindly come on stage. Parth A. Shah. Parth is a senior national arbitrator in B grade, and he has represented MSU Vadodara in All India University chess competition. He achieved gold medal in the 10th National Chess Boxing Championship 2022, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. I would request Officer Ketan Upadhyay, sir, to kindly present the memento. I would now request Darshil Mehta to kindly come on stage. Darshil is also an international rated chess player. He is certified as a chess coach by the Gujarat State Chess Association and a senior arbitrator in the A grade category. He's also represented MSU in the All India Universities Chess Tournament twice. I would request Sushil Kumar Goyal, sir, to present him with a memento. Thank you. I would now request C. Rahul Agrawal to present his closing remarks for this inaugural session.
Thank you, MOC. First of all, I would like to thank SSCB BOS Operations for giving Vadodara branch the opportunity of hosting this competition. Thank you, Sushil Kumar sir and Vishal sir. I, on behalf of Vadodara branch of ICI and SSCB board, would like to thank our chief guest, Professor Dr. Ketan Upadhyay sir, Dean of Faculty of Commerce, MSU. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your time and enlightening the students and encouraging them. We are very fortunate to sharing the same dais with you. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, we have noted your point of training students at the university level. We are also in a process of doing MOU with the university. I think we are finalizing it very soon. Thank you, sir. I also take this opportunity to thank Sushil sir and Vishal sir and Rahul Parikh sir for their addresses and encouraging the students. I would like to thank our judges and arbitrators for giving the valuable time. I also take this opportunity to thank all the regional council winners and participants of this event. Thank you all and best of luck for your game. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Friends, this marks the end of the inaugural session. We request the regional level chess talent and win competitors to kindly proceed to the library on the first floor. Whereas the regional winners of the debate competition and we will be starting the competition just after the day's change over. Thank you, everyone.
75 years of progress, 75 years of freedom, 75 years of seeking excellence and world leadership. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has enthusiastically supported and honored the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations of the Indian government. ICAI raised awareness of India's freedom struggle and our responsibilities towards maintaining that freedom. We challenged Indians to go green. The ICAI tree plantation drive renewed our pledge to cover the Indian subcontinent in greenery. Leveraging our core strengths, ICAI also drove a financial and tax literacy drive called Vittiya Gyan ICAI Ka Abhiyan. This past public involvement, Jan Bhagidari exceeded expectations. Accountancy is now a greatly desired profession. A mega career counseling drive opened new vistas for aspiring students, and ICAI gave CA students an opportunity to present their views in return through the elocution competition. Webcast covered a range of topics germane to the celebration of India's vision for the future. As the nation continues to dream and celebrate our progress, ICAI stands by the Indian people, celebrating 75 years of freedom, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, together. 75 years of progress, 75 years of freedom, 75 years of seeking excellence and world leadership. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has enthusiastically supported and honored the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations of the Indian government. ICAI raised awareness of India's freedom struggle and our responsibilities towards maintaining that freedom. We challenged Indians to go green. The ICAI tree plantation drive renewed our pledge to cover the Indian subcontinent in greenery. Leveraging our core strengths, ICAI also drove a financial and tax literacy drive called Vidya Gyan, ICAI Ka Abhiyan. This pan-India campaign sought to saturate every level of society with important financial education. And this example of public involvement, Jan Bhagidari, exceeded expectations. Accountancy is now a greatly desired profession. A mega career counseling drive opened new vistas for aspiring students, and ICAI gave CA students an opportunity to present their views in return through the elocution competition. Webinars covered a range of topics germane to the celebration of India's vision for the future. As the nation continues to dream and celebrate our progress, ICAI stands by the Indian people, celebrating 75 years of freedom, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, together. "75 years of progress, 75 years of freedom, 75 years of seeking excellence and world leadership." The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has enthusiastically supported and honored the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations of the Indian government. ICAI raised awareness of India's freedom struggle and our responsibilities towards maintaining that freedom. We challenged Indians to go green. The ICAI tree plantation drive renewed our pledge to cover the Indian subcontinent in greenery. Leveraging our core strengths, ICAI also drove a financial and tax literacy drive called Vidya Gyan, ICAI Ka Abhiyan. This pan-India
I would request Shambhavi and Palak to please come on stage. Shambhavi and Palak.
Financial education. And this example of public involvement, Jan Bhagidari, exceeded
Shambhavi and Palak, please
expectations.
come on stage. Nahi hai?
Accountancy is now a
Where is Palak?
greatly desired profession. A mega career counseling
Palak,
drive.
see. Shambhavi, we will be needing a hand mic or a mic. कैसे करना है? तो वो करना पड़ेगा. Collar mic do. So either you can use the podium or you can use the mic. Maybe you could stage. Okay, fine.
ये बताए
ठीक है, मैं कॉल करता हूँ। वो माइक के लिए पूछा था।
ना 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 बराबर
The seats are in the front rows are empty. Kindly occupy the front seats. I would request Palak. I request the participants to kindly remain seated in the front rows. तेरे उसमें ये क्या होगा मुझे दे देना खाली जिनको ब्लैंक पेपर्स देना है ना हाँ तेरे को तो मैंने फोल्डर दिया ना फोल्डर दिया उसमें ये होगा ये मैं निकाल के दे दूंगा ठीक है you can cut out the token role बता दो ताकि किस तरह सोसाइटी और वाला will be speaking for the dystopian against color will be against dystopian society dystopian is not word ही नहीं Sarabjit, I'll explain it. I'll explain everything before we start. Hello. Yes. So I hope everyone, we are excited for the debate competition. Please remain calm and seated. We should maintain the decorum of the debate. I know there will be, controversial thoughts with you as well, where they'll be speaking on the topic. But we would request you to, keep yourself calm and composed so that the people who are addressing the audience will not get disturbed. I just give up, the entire rules and regulations for this particular debate topic. I hope all of you would have participated in the regionals. I have a clear idea of how the rules were, but I'll still put up the rules in brief. And so that if you have any questions or any, further clarifications are needed, we can do it right now so that at the end, it is not a confusion. Okay. So every one of you have been already allotted your topics. One of you is for, one of you is against. Both of you will get initially 3 minutes of time for explaining your topic and giving your observations and your clarification remarks for and against. At the time of 2.5, on 2 minutes 30 seconds, we'll get a warning bell. Okay, and at 3 minutes, we'll get a final bell. Fair enough? Once both of you have spoken, one for, one against, there will be a 4-minute rebuttal. So it's written 2 plus 2, but it will be a 4 minutes. So it will be an open house. Okay. So both of you can cross each other. Both of you can speak with each other, over each other, but you need to ensure that, at least the other part gets a bit of time to express itself as well. So it's an open house, but with a bit of decorum. Once that is at that point of time, at 3.3, you'll get a warning bell. So once that 4-minute time is over, you'll get a 1 minute each for conclusion. That is separate. Individually, you will get it. Once that is over, so that in that 1 minute, the judges will ask you the questions. Okay, so that you have to conclude based on the judges' questions. Once that is over, the first round is done and there is no further round. A minute is 10 minutes. 10. Also impact your marking pattern. Yeah. Thank you. Any further questions in this regards? Yeah. So initially what will happen is you will have 3 minutes worth of time to speak. At 2.5 minutes, you get a buzzer. So you have further 30 seconds to speak. At 3 minutes, again, there will be a buzzer indicating that your time is over. Okay. In the rebuttal round, which is total of 4 minutes, in a 3.5 minutes, the buzzer will come out, and at 4 minutes, it will come. Last round, I think, is a question answer round, so they should not exceed the time limit generally, because one question and one answer should not be more than 1 minute. But if in case you go beyond a lot of time, then we'll put a buzzer. Yeah. No. So what will happen is at 3 minutes the bell will ring. So if she or she has finished before that, you can start immediately after. But if she has exceeded the 3 minutes, you can start directly after she has concluded or he has concluded. And we'll be there for managing things. So if in case there is an issue, we'll be there to analyze and help. 3.5. Fair enough? So if you take it like that, it will be 3 for you, 3 for the other person, then 4 minutes combined time, and then 1 minute each. Yeah, correct. No. There's no conclusion separately. So once you complete your rebuttal, you need to ensure that your point is proven. No, there's no such thing like a maximum time. We will always stop you in the between only if you're going beyond. Fair enough? Okay. So we will start the topics now. The first topic is, will robots increase people life quality or not? For that, I request Shambhavi Jare and Palak Singh to kindly come on stage. I request everyone to keep a round of applause for both of them. I request other debate participants to kindly remain seated in the hall. Please, do not leave the hall. Just come back fast. It's for everyone else as well. Now we can arrange for that. This is a piece of paper which must be in. Now, one more point. There will be a piece of paper put up here if you want to note down your opponent's points. But use this only. Do not come with something with your, okay, so that you don't have your point written down. And once your debate has ended, kindly do not leave the auditorium. Kindly remain seated and respect the other participants as well.
Okay. Should I start? Let me begin by asking you all a question. Let me begin by asking you all a simple question. What kind of quality of life do you all want? Well, all of you, as per your perception for overall well. I'm up for podium. Start. Let me begin by asking you all a simple question. What kind of quality of life do you all want? Well, all of you will have different answers as per your perception for overall well-being and life satisfaction. In order to improve your quality of life, a concept originated in the West, which actually existed 2,500 years ago in India and today, imagination has met innovation to bring the reality of robotics. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here to strongly advocate that robots will improve people's quality life. Today, robots are being introduced in every sector of life, starting from your houses and landing onto Mars. Robots have entered our homes by supporting the working men and women in basic household chores and pet sitting, and thus freeing them up from repetitive and monotonous workload, allowing them to be more creative, invest their time in something like art forms, save time and energy, and strike a balance in their work and personal lives. Robots are highly used in the healthcare sector, be it obtaining accurate diagnosis results to operation rooms, reducing exposure to pathogens and scientific discoveries like robotic prosthetics and exoskeleton. DRDO has created a series of robots like Netra, Daksha Scout, Daksha Warrior, etc. for surveillance and night operation. Anti-terrorism agencies and militaries use robots to neutralize bomb, and all of this is to ensure that we have a sound sleep in a safe and secure environment. Robots are used in agriculture for weeding, seed planting, irrigation, and detection of disease like chlorosis. This is attracting the young talent to farming and will improve the yield by 10% so that we get the best product on our plate. India has seen a compounded annual growth rate of 20% in industrial robot installation. Robots provide better quality and larger quantity of output, reducing the human error and cost of production, thus leading to a downward pressure on inflation and increase in real GDP. The Indian robotic startup system is growing and is expected to cross $700 million, thus contributing to the economy at large. It is rightly said that quality is never an accident, but output and result of an intelligent effort. Just like robotics is an intelligent effort to improve your quality life. India today is making robots in its own nation like Mitro, Madhav, and Homosep, providing services at banking, airports, kitchen, and even sanitation services. Quality of life will definitely increase in long term with help of artificial intelligence and robotics. Thank you.
In 2015, Wanda Holbrook was exactly where she was supposed to be, in the factory. But a robot arm entered her workspace where it was not programmed to be. The robot arm hit her on the head and killed her. It was reported in the New York Daily and the Wired that the other employees had noted that something went wrong with that robot that day. This robot that apparently was created to increase the quality of human life at that factory. But did it? A very warm good morning to Mr. Speaker, sir, and all the members in the House. I'm Palak Singh, and I shall be taking my stance against the topic, will robots increase people quality of life or not? Humans should be scared of the threat posed by artificial intelligence, says none other than the person who's known to automate our lives, Bill Gates himself. Yes, and we all should be worried too. The ability of these robots to be weaponized, to be hacked, and to be controlled, this is scary. It's almost as if we are allowing these robots as lions in a herd of cows. Who is going to take the responsibility for that? There are a lot of questions at play with extremely scary ramifications with regards to the concentration of power that these robots will have. Moreover, the dependence that humans have on robots. I mean, let's just accept today, if there is no internet, even your Siri will be like, sorry, I'll get back to you later. Can we ever trust a robot fully? Can we? I leave that to you. Moving ahead, the proposition did talk about employment. She talked about how it is going to improve our economy. But do you know the rate of unemployment that these robots will bring? Almost 63 million people all over the world are supposed to lose their jobs by the year 2040 due to robots and automation. Who is going to take that responsibility? Also, Mr. Speaker, sir, the topic of the House is not how do you increase the ease in human life. It's about increasing the quality. And I want to ask you all, is it not the little moments of joy we find in between moments of hardships and difficulties that makes the human life human? Yes, we humans tend to find magic in the mundane. This mundane that these robots seem to remove, we actually find quality in our lives with that. It makes our life worthwhile. To end this, I would also want to pose a question regarding our environment. Today, we are already at the verge of an environmental crisis, a global environmental crisis. And how can we not take that seriously? These robots will release radio waves. These radio waves will increase energy use and emission. How is this ever going to increase the quality of human life if we do not have an environment to sustain ourselves in? I leave all these questions up to you. That was my time. Thank you very much.
Next rebuttal start.
I would like to pose a question after listening to the deliberation by my co-partner. Suppose you have seen an accident happening where a young person has lost his arm. Do you have the guts to look into his eyes and say that the robotic prosthetic arm won't help to increase your or improve your quality of life?
But at the same time, if you know, these robots will actually not have the compassion that a human will have? How can you say that a human cannot look at it? There are many brave hearts who are actually going to help that person. But in this case, these robots, that is my point. These robots will not have the compassion. They will not have the belongingness that a human is going to have with another human. These humans are actually going to make you devoid of that human connection. I don't see a contention in that. Further, these robotics is actually one of the major reasons why we are losing lives today. The leading company, Tesla, it is responsible for almost 69.6% of the accidents that are happening. How do you justify that?
Tesla, my dear opponent, is using a level 3 model in its car automation, where there is automation along with human monitoring. And this is a level 3 model. And this is somewhere which is in your hands so that the humans can intervene at the correct point of time. About losing lives, I would say that the robots are helping to save our lives. You can see the healthcare sector. As I said, prosthetic arms, exoskeleton. Exoskeleton is a very good alternative for a wheelchair. He can move with his own legs and hands, giving him the freedom, not the kind of phobia that he is sitting in a wheelchair. So
are you trying to justify that the threat that is posed to the humanity because of these robots? The doomsday clock has actually reached 5 minutes and 30 seconds post 1947. It resembles the threat that robotics and automation will have on human life. I believe that the threat is way, way higher than any help that these robots are going to do to us.
I do not agree, because I think in be it healthcare, be it agriculture, as you said, quality of life, if something that gives you better product on your plate, it's of course increasing your quality of life.
How is your disagreement going to deny facts? These are actual facts. These robots are causing more deaths. These are causing more harm to the human life. And how do you justify quality? I want to mention here that ease can never mean quality. A human life can become a quality when only there is a sense of relief in our hearts. How do we find that quality when we are in a constant fear of threat that these robots can take over us any point of time? The threat of nuclear warheads, the threat that they will be hacked, the threat that they can be controlled by anyone, the concentration of power that I was talking about. Who takes responsibility of the power that all these robots?
I would really like to answer this.
Yes.
I think humans are itself taking the responsibilities by having active forums to see the ethics behind the robotics and usage of robotics. At the same time, as you said, how are they affecting us? I think they're more of contributing to us. Robots themselves were made with an intention that they stand together with humans so that human can use their brain power much more effectively rather than just getting occupied with some repetitive and monotonous work, which is actually increasing the negative
idea of innovation actually already contradicts your own point. We are here talking about innovation that these robots will bring. I will destroy humans. Quote, I will destroy humans, says Sophia, robot developed by Hanson's robotic company. How are you going to justify that? They are actually going to use our intelligence against us. Once you provide them the weapon of artificial intelligence, these robots are going to turn into us. That's not me saying, that's Elon Musk. That is Stephen Hawking.
I would like to answer this. Sophia is made by a human. She has an algorithm mindset. That's the reason why she's answering like that. I think a lot inspired by sci-fi stories, because India's Industry Forum and Association recently released that for India to grow globally and become competitive needs robots in many of its sectors. And most importantly over that is robots are being systemically used in India.
You are trying to tell me that you are going to use robotics and robots without using the most advanced form of developments that are coming in the field. This is an absolute bizarre way of looking at this.
I do not agree.
Shambhavi Palak, time is up for the rebuttal. Yeah. Now the judges will be asking you questions.
Yeah, I'll
be asking question to Shambhavi Jade.
Yes, sir.
That is robots 4, right? You explained about the use and benefits of robots being used in new opportunities. Can you please explain, people will be jobless as robots will work with more effectiveness and precision. What will be your take on this? Also, the human health will be severely in danger as humans will become more lethargic and lazy. Suggest on this, please.
Yes, sure, sir. I think the picture is contrary to this. Let's take an example. When tractor was introduced in India, the farmers had protested a lot. When today you see the fact, because of tractors, we are getting more than 2 season crops. It is actually benefiting. The farmers have become more potentially upskilled. Just like robots, we can use them for upskilling and reskilling. So now the employment will not be lost, but with upskilling, reskilling programs and getting other opportunities in the field of robotics, IT, and artificial intelligence, we have more of jobs available. Second point you raised is about the human life. In South New Wales, certain experiments have been done, which are very soon going to be launched in the market, where solar energy cells and solar batteries are used for robots. Now, this kind of technology is actually benefiting. How is it harming us? And today in India, we have seen certain innovations, be it in Aurangabad, there is a fellow engineer who has done innovation using plastic, aluminium, and steel waste of his house to make a robot, a humanoid, which will support you in your household chores, basic household chores. And I think there how it becomes more complementary to human beings rather than being a hazard. Thank you.
So, Palak, see, many dangerous jobs and tasks can be handled by robots, and that can save a lot of lives. So then, since you're against it, what is the alternative to that?
So I believe that when we talk about these lives, when robots are going to save life, here the entire point is that the control goes to somebody else's hand. In 2016, the police of Dallas, for the first time in history, used a robot to kill someone. This is the kind of threat that it brings. I mean, of course, we have already reached a point of advancement where we have a lot of weapons that are going to defend us. Every country today has its own kind of defense mechanism. The only way to deal with this is creating a more structured, a more human-friendly way of coping with things. I think that today when we talk about that every problem can be solved on the table, we are not just saying it, we are actually meaning it. When you bring these robots into these I believe that you're talking about using these robots in war scene. If we are going to do that, we have to understand that the kind of control that we are giving in the hands of these people, anybody is free to use it. And who takes that responsibility if even one human life, which is not justified to be lost that day, is gone? Who is going to take that responsibility? I think one innocent life is way more important than other three culprits, and we have to save it. And these robots are not going to understand that the way a human will. They will not follow the Geneva Conventions like a human would. So that is my take on that. The only way to deal with this is a more structured form of defense that we can create as humans, and not let something else that can actually overpower us have the power at the end of the day. That was my time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. So this marks the end of the first debate. I hope all of you had a very interesting and encouraging debate, because both of them spend their time respecting each other's time as well. Thank you, both of you. I would request you to kindly come back on stage. You can take that paper with you. Thank you. Now, the second debate is also on the same topic, wherein we have Chahat and Abhijit Singh will be coming on stage and be presenting their thoughts on the same topic. Now you will be thinking that what next, because most of the things have already been debated, but we have something new in store for you. Ms. Chahat will be saying it for the motion that the robots will increase the people's life quality, and Mr. Abhijit is going to go against the motion. I would request the timekeepers. Are you ready? Okay. It will be started.
Imagine a robot programming to do your shopping, or to take a driverless car for a spin as easy as you use a smartphone today. Robots are rapidly evolving, advancing, and holding infinite promise for the humanity. Robots are here not to replace humans, rather than to uncover the methods for appliances to aid and collaborate with humans more effectively. From manufacturing to healthcare, robots have paved their way into almost every sector, increasing the quality of life and enhancing the overall efficiency. A very warm welcome to everyone. This is Chahat Kapoor, and today I'm going to speak for the motion, will robots improve people's quality of life? Do you know that educational robots are helping the kids to develop one of the basic cognitive skills of mathematical thinking at very early age, which promotes the concept of personalized learning. Personal assistant apps like Alexa helps to remove tedious and repetitive tasks, freeing our mind, for more creative pursuits. In disaster zones, which are harmful, which are dangerous for humans, robots are providing invaluable support to human search and rescue teams. A live example was Telegen Fleur, a specialist who used same kind of robots in June 21 when a tower collapsed in Miami, Florida. Sewer robots who are helped to uncut, to inspect underground pipes and helping the humans to tackle the difficult jobs. In healthcare sectors, doctors are using robotic surgeries for treating the medicines, for treating the diseases like bladder cancer removal, due to which patients are needed to spend 20% less time in the hospitals. Elder people, they are getting elderly support from the robots. People with disabilities, with illness, robots are helping them too, because robotic equipment provides 100% accuracy. They're easily flexible, customizable. No doubt with the invention of robots, there will be the change in the job intervention. But with every boring job undertaken, there will be the space for more creative, sophisticated, and high-level job. In nutshell, I would like to say,
Recording
जिंदगी को
stopped.
ऊंची उड़ान दे रहा है, जीवन की हर मुश्किल को आसान कर दे रहा है.
Recording
माना
in
कि
progress.
विज्ञान खुदा नहीं, माना कि विज्ञान खुदा नहीं, पर जिसे खुदा आंखें न दे सका, उसे विज्ञान दे रहा है. Thank you.
Imagining a fantasy world, as my opponents mentioned, where everything, almost everything from shopping to healthcare, from smart homes to smart staff, will be done by robots. Life will be easier, and what we were discussing, the quality of life will increase. Believe me, guys, I am a very strong, optimistic person who believes that advancement of technology is necessary for upliftment of humanity, but not at the cost of unhealthy dependence on the robots, not at the cost of the precious social relationships, and not at the cost of the threat of existence to this humanity. Respected dignitaries on and off the rise, my name is Abhijit Singh, and today I'm going to speak against the motion that will robots increase the people's quality or not. There are certain aspects that will need to be covered, and I'll be showing very ground reality of this topic. So starting with the first aspect, that what is the quality of life? I hope most of you will agree with the fact that life quality includes certain factors like livability with the environment, good relationships with our loved ones, healthy lifestyle, emotional and spiritual satisfaction. I ask you all whether these robots who are making us lethargic, are these robots contributing in these aspects of life? Yes or no? Whether these robots are contributing in our emotional satisfaction? The answer is no. My second argument. In the recent study of November 2022, a data was released where only 3%, yes, my dear friends, only 3% of the Indian households could earn more than 5 lakh rupees in a financial year. Frankly speaking, how many of you agree with me? Whether these families who are not able to afford a 2-time food for them will be able to afford a humanoid robot or a hybrid robot just to increase their quality of life? My last and the best point. A robot will be able to make hundreds of chapati in few seconds. But how will you add a motherly love into it? A robot may act as a bodyguard, but how will you add that care of a father? A robot may play with you virtually or physically, but how will you add that innocence of your younger sibling or your child in it? The emotional satisfaction, the theme to be loved and to love someone. It's the quality of life. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience. This is Abhijit Singh signing off. I'll be starting. I want to ask you a question that what, according to you, is the rank of social life and good relationships with your family in the quality of life, and how these robots are going to increase this aspect in the quality of life?
So first of all, Abhijit Singh, thank you so much for the question. So I would like to say that for me, social interaction and emotional intelligence are the priority. And for that, robots are advancing. Have you heard about humanoid robots, emotionally intelligent robots that are almost in every sphere and helping the humans? Take just example for tutors for autism students. For the elderly people who need the elderly care, the robots are providing that support. Do you know that Japan is undisputable the highest leader of robotics? And they are planning to become the robotic capital of the world. Do you know why they are investing in robot technology? And moreover, they are more investing in emotionally intelligent robots, because 40% of the population by 2055 of the Japan would be of elderly people. And among them, women are those who would live more than men. And at that elderly age, they need the emotional support because they will be suffering from loneliness. And that robots at that time will provide them emotional support and the care you are talking about.
But for that, I think so the education will be good. My second question to you is that robots are governed by a set code of conduct or lines. If any misconduct is seen in that code of conduct, the robots may lead to certain casualties and inflicts in the society. What's your take on that?
See, Abhijit, with every positive, there comes the negative. Like coin has the two sides. So obviously, there will be some negatives. Actually, it is the tragedy of human civilization that we have tendency to turn every blessing into a curse. Be it science, be it technology, be it internet. Nuclear, the God has gifted us very beautiful power, that is nuclear energy. And we soon turn that power, that blessing into a curse by making the nuclear bombs, right? So it depends on us how we use that power, but it's not the fault of that power. So if the proper regulation would be made, obviously there would be no misuse of that power. So now I would like to ask you one question that almost in every sphere, like in agriculture, the robots are helping the farmers. In the high risk industries, like where the humans can't go, like they are helping the search teams, they are helping to repair even the minute circuits in the human bodies, right? Do you know that in Chinese university, there is the invention of robot made from slime, which can swallow the dangerous object if by mistake ingested into the human body. So it's almost, I guess, improving the quality of life, increasing day by day in every sphere. How can you counter that? It's not improving.
See, there's an ecosystem for everything. Like, for example, you talked about certain industries that are, like you talked about the mining industry. See, there's an ecosystem on that. Mostly the people in that mine, the people around the mining area are employed in that area. So if you replace that people in that area, only the company which is doing the mining is going to be benefited by that, not the people. So you need to create an ecosystem first. You need to provide them first education so that they can first get the jobs. Talking about the agriculture, the affordability is still an issue. Many farmers there are not able to, I'll complete my point. Many farmers are not able to get the seeds even. They are getting the loan for getting the seeds. So how can they afford that robotics in that farming? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, my question is for Chahat. Chahat, as we know, we understand that robots are working more effectively and with precision. So most people fear that most people will be jobless when robots will take over. People are losing their jobs. So what is your take on that?
So, ma'am, artificial intelligence and robotics are not totally destructive, right? Jobs will be lost for that people who are doing repetitive and monotonous tasks. For every repetitive task, there will be a creation of more creative, more sophisticated, and more good level jobs, which will definitely enhance their creativity. So you just imagine if you want to do that repetitive task or you want to grow creatively in future. So there will be a creation of more and more jobs. Moreover, only 5% of the industries can be fully automated. So in every industry, you need the human intervention. So in artificial intelligence and beside the robots, there is the human brain that is needed forever. Thank you.
So, Mr. Abhijit, please elaborate on my question. Robots can take care of repetitive jobs so that humans can focus on more important areas. What are you against? Why are you against this?
So I'm not against it. I respect your point. I agree with your point. But as I mentioned in the rebuttal round also, there is needed to be create an ecosystem for that. The monotonous jobs will be lost. The humanity then also will survive. But what about the people who are not skilled? What about the people who are not educated? What about them who are not getting the basic amenities in life? Who will take care about their families who are jobless at that particular point of time? Yes, the change will arrive. The change will arrive in future. But at this particular time, what about them, sir? So that's why I was against it. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. So this completes the second debate. I would request the participants.
Excuse me. I have a suggestion for all the participants. In a rebuttal round, don't keep more time with you to ask the question to your opponent, because your opponents are all intelligent enough to understand in a single line. So instead of wasting more time in explaining your question, straight go to question in one line so that we can finish that round within 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone.
Please give a round of applause to both of them. So this marks the end of our first topic, which was, will robots increase people's life quality or not? I'd just like to throw a one-liner on this. So recently there was a painting competition, and drawing and painting is supposed to be the most creative part of a human life. But it was unfortunate that the competition was won by a painting made by an AI. So this question of whether robots increase the quality of life is still remaining. But, there are some parts wherein even now the robots have capitalized on some tasks which were supposed to be creative and not designed for them. With this, we now go to the next topic, which is going to Mars, benefits or possible danger. So now going from robotics, we are going into aeronautics. And I think most of you have seen Mission Mangal in the first place. So we know that, that this is now the next part in our future wherein, the humans know that the resources are limited in Earth. We are going to try and go to Mars. So now to explain more on them, we have Mr. Brijesh Paresh Tiwari and Mr. Saurabh Tekchandani. I would request them to please come on stage. Mr. Brijesh will be going for, that is, we need to go to Mars. And Mr. Saurabh will be saying that, no, we should stay on Earth. Let's see how it goes. Thank you.
So should I start? Well, going to Mars is not an option for us. It's a necessity. At least that's what some of the most intelligent and innovative minds of our ages are saying. Of course, it's difficult to foresee how going to Mars that would cost billions of dollars which could benefit mankind. It's easier to imagine how that kind of money could immediately help in the fight against cancer or the world hunger. That's because, ladies and gentlemen, humans tend to be short-sighted. We are focused on tomorrow rather than 100 years from now. But today, I choose to differ. When my opponent is there to talk about probable danger,
I am here to talk about possibilities. And I dare each and every one of you to dream and believe in the potential of innovation that we as humans have. A wonderful good morning to one and all present here. My name is Brajesh Tiwari, and the topic of the house is going to Mars, benefits and probable danger. And I feel extremely proud today to represent before you all the ideas and optimism of great scientists. Well, if human race is to continue for another million years, we will have to boldly go where no one else have ever gone before. We all know Earth is the only home humans have ever known. But history has proved that surviving on this tiny blue planet in the vacuum of space is difficult and by no means guaranteed. The dinosaurs are a classic example to this. They roamed the planet for 165 million years, but the only trace of them today are their fossil remains. Putting humans into more than one planet will better ensure our existence for 1,000, if not 1,000,000 years from now. Not only survival, but also improving the quality of life here on Earth. History has proved how science exploration missions have given birth to many technologies that are being used today in other fields ranging from medical science to agriculture. For instance, the computer algorithm which is used today to read X-ray reports and detect early stage breast cancer was originally developed by scientists to extract information from blur images taken through satellites. Even GPS was originally developed by scientists to track spacecraft, which is being used today in our phones, smartwatches, Google Maps, and even by us for booking an Ola or Uber to get back to our hotel after this debate contest. Well, there are many similar examples to it, and hence the technological advancement resulting from mission Mars can never be underestimated. By now, we have seen many benefits of going to Mars, but saving and making a planet a better place remains above all. Our Mother Earth has given us food, shelter, and air, which is now being overburdened by our presence. The heat arising from growing population is causing the planet to melt down. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is real, global warming is real, and the systematic civilization of Earth's population to Mars is the only chance we have in saving our uniquely beautiful planet. For the mass of people who still believe in restricting the human potential from going to Mars, please consider this quote from an Irish novel that states that every time great men try to do something wonderful, the feared men always try to stop them. And that's law of life. And today, I urge each and every one of you to be great men and women, to discover the undiscovered. Because 500 years down the line, the generations won't remember the probable danger, but the indomitable spirit that our generation had and the kind of life we live for them. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case before you all. Thank you.
After watching the movie Mission Mangal, I was quintessentially convinced with the fact that we humans have a special thing for Mars. So checking the same trend with my audience, can I have a show of hands who all want to go to Mars? Okay, a good number. Now what if I tell you that Mars is 140 million miles away and it would take at least 7 months to reach there? Still takers? That didn't scare you. Now what if I tell you the average surface temperature on Mars is negative 60 degrees Celsius? Still takers? Now, what if I tell you the only way you can go to Mars is if you give your life here on Earth? That means traveling with just one-way ticket. Still takers? So very earthly good afternoon to the beautiful August gathering in this absolutely beautiful auditorium. My name is Saurabh and I'm standing here to oppose the motion of going to Mars, or as they say, planet B of risk-averse people. So let's discuss scientific and technical problems. 95.3% carbon dioxide, just 0.31% oxygen, 2.7% nitrogen, just one accident with your spacesuit and you are dead. Welcome to Mars. Radiations can mutate DNA and space has 700 times higher radiations than Earth. No protective spacesuits, yes, because we don't have a technology yet. Even in 2023, we do not have any rocket that can transport humans to and from Mars without being refueled frequently. From taking off to landing, everything is yet to be developed. Long-term exposures of radiations, yet to be discovered. How to fetch food and water on Mars, yet to be decided. And how to live on Mars, yet to be planned. And all thanks to science fiction movies, We want to go to Mars. Now, NASA is a very daring organization. It has hosted an interview of its own scientist on its own website when she was asked, is Mars habitable? She made a frowning face, calculated some technical problems, and replied, maybe, with a big question mark. Now let's discuss some ethical problems. Now, what's the difference between earth and a tissue? Let's discuss what's the similarity between earth and tissue. We grab it, we use it, we destroy it, and we throw it. Sea levels are rising. Rampant desertification is there. We live in a humanitarian crisis after all, 8 billion people. So let's change the planet. Is this what the most intelligent species on this planet thought? Humans is at a very tipping history. Earth is at crossroads. A species poised between gaining the stars and losing the planet we call home. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Saurabh. We all can see what you are saying. But let me ask you, have you ever traveled in an aircraft?
No.
But most of them have been traveled in an aircraft. A very comfortable and efficient way of traveling, correct? And you talked about atmosphere in your deliberations. But let me tell you the atmosphere above 40,000 feet. The temperature outside is a minus 15 degrees, 56 degrees Celsius, enough to freeze out any soul, correct? The air pressure outside, which is 14 psi on ground, is 2 psi above 40,000 feet, making it extremely difficult to breathe. Talking about radiations, there's high chance of cardiovascular diseases and even getting cancer above 40,000 feet. But today we don't see this as probable danger, correct everyone? We see it as a very efficient way of traveling, right? Imagine if 100 and 150 years ago, people would have restricted themselves from exploring aviation industry due to same probable reason that you told me. We will not have been benefited by the most convenient mode of travel today. What's your take on that?
If I talk about the robotic mission on Mars, out of 43 missions, robotic mission on Mars, just 25 are successful. And what this gentleman, thank you for the question, sir. So I said about the aircrafts, we have the technology developed, it's in practice, it's well in place. But when I talk about Mars, when I recalled everything, we don't have just one difficulty going to Mars. From takeoff to landing to radiations to climate to carbon dioxide to oxygen to food to water, how many to address? And he's here advocating going to Mars, its benefits.
Well, Saurabh, let me tell you, you talked about that technology is developed currently. So let me give you an example. My grandparents had tried their best to go via train and avoid the aviation industry because they were born in an era where aviation industry was developing. And I was born in an era with cutting edge technologies that mitigate each and every risk in the aviation industry. For the generations to come who will go to Mars actually, will leave them a technology, a cutting edge technology, a fully mature technology. And they won't hesitate to go to Mars as I don't hesitate today to travel via air.
Okay, so going to Mars, sir mentioned our generations will go to Mars. Okay, first of all, I would like to quote a beautiful quote here. We have not inherited this earth from our ancestors. We have borrowed it from our children. Sir mentioned about global warming, sir mentioned about deforestation, sir mentioned about sea levels rising.
I never mentioned about that.
What sir is doing is running light years away from the problem instead of facing the problem. And now, sir, if you allow,
first of all, I am not saying. Let me tell you that I am not saying that we should run. We should escape from the problem. Every step that we take in making Earth a better planet is much appreciated by me as well. What I am saying that this will improve the quality of life here on Earth as well. And why are we only focused on the environmental factors? Why are we not focused on the technological factors? Why are we not risking about the survival factor?
We all know Elon Musk. He has planned to send 1 million people to Mars till 2050. Jeff Bezos predicted that we will have children born on Mars and they will visit Earth like we visit national parks. So clearly we humans are greedy. There is no end to our greed. So instead of going for exploration, scientific experiment and scientific research,
well,
we are doing this.
Just sorry to interrupt you, but I am not against, I'm not completely advocating about the colonization. I'm not saying that we should go tomorrow or day after tomorrow to colonize Mars. Okay, the gradually going to Mars is the only option in exploring Mars. Okay, so you are putting me wrong.
For your information, gradually going to Mars, just one mission to Mars will cost 400 billion euros. We can look at the economies of our neighboring country. We now worst humanitarian crisis of Sri Lanka and Pakistan, and yet we dream of going to Mars. First, face the problem here on Earth.
I think the time.
So, hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear me.
Yeah. So, brother, my question is for you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So, there is always this fear of the unknown. So, what are your thoughts of handling the unknown, given dangers of going to Mars?
Okay, so please allow me to show you something. This is a Perseverance 6-well-based rover present on Mars as of now, which is being controlled from Earth, sir. What we are doing about the unknown is that we have this rover over there who is assessing the temperature, the atmosphere, and the possible threat to humans out there. That might be threat to humans out there. It's assessing there, and what's happening, they're extracting the data from there, creating similar habitat. NASA is creating similar habitat on Earth here, and then we are assessing whether we should go or not go, on what can be the best possible option to go over there. For example, I would like to develop about the atmosphere. The MOXC, that is the Mars Oxygen In-Situ Research Equipment. It's a research equipment on this Perseverance rover that has been experimenting to generate oxygen from the CO2 available on Mars. So basically, it's not completely unknown, as we are keeping tracks on all the developments and all the risk over there. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Saurabh, my question is for you. It's always good to have a backup. So Mars may be a great potential to become our planet. What's wrong in exploring it? Do you have something on this?
Thank you so much for the question, ma'am. Ma'am, actually treating Mars as a backup for humanity is just like Captain of Titanic saying the real party is going afterwards on the lifeboats. Now, ma'am, what's the problem is this, like sir mentioned about that dinosaurs got extinct because of some asteroid or thing. Let's suppose humans face this danger in future. Then what, at that moment, what NASA and SpaceX is planning, they will supply each and everything from Earth itself to Mars. Let's say about repair material, let's say about food, let's say about water, let's say about everything from 0 to 100, everything they will supply from Earth. And if Earth is not existent, let's say because of any meteor or any asteroids, then Mars life will end in a day or two. So Earth is the base on which Mars can survive. But first, face the problems we have on Earth, then dream of going to Mars. That's my point. Thank you so much.
What a fiery round of debate, Saurabh and Brijesh. You may now take your seats. One thing I can vouch for is going to Mars may depend on Elon Musk, but with the quality of argument of these two, we were surely over the moon. Now, for the next topic, the topic is whether we are living in a dystopian society. I have Unnati Kotecha for the motion, who will be saying that yes, we are living in a dystopian society. And we have Mr. Sahil Sonawat, who will be speaking against the motion.
Hello.
It is winter in Ukraine. The ground is frozen and bleak. Groups of soldiers on both the sides are struggling with cold and with ammunition at the same time. Yet, the war must go on. This is where we are headed as a society, towards chaos, destruction, entropy, and death. We stand on the cusp of an Orwellian dystopia. Because ideally, we fulfill every single characteristic of a dystopian society. Let me run you through it. Number one, totalitarianism and propaganda. Take, for instance, North Korea, where people have no contact with the outside world, where they can only vote for one person ever, and they cannot go abroad, let alone flee the country. What is this, if not totalitarianism? Second, independence of thought, freedom, and information are restricted. Take a look at present-day Afghanistan, where women are not allowed the basic right to education, where women cannot go out in public without a male chaperone. Do you remember 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, the American girl who died at the hands of the Iranian morality police? Do you remember that? And what for? For not wearing a hijab properly? What a great excuse to kill someone. Number 3, use technology rampantly and invasion of privacy. China's Sesame credit system is a classic example of media censorship, of invasion of privacy and using censorship by the government. Now, I can also go to Pegasus Row, but I don't even want to talk about that because the next important possibility is environmental depletion. Have you ever considered the fact that the sea levels are rising, the global temperatures are increasing, deforestation is ever high, and yet all we are looming in is a pandemic? Well, there are succeeding problems than pandemic that we need to focus on. Next, dehumanization. I quote a report published in the Washington Post by Annie Keating, who said that approximately 13.46% of Americans are Black Americans, which is Afro-Americans. Now, of these, 1 out of Black people who are 5 get their time in prison, whereas the ratio is 1:17 for white people. Is that not true? Now, I can conclude here by saying a quote by Edgar Allan Poe, who said, "Believe nothing you hear, yet everything you see." So look around yourselves. What is it that you see? Do you not see poverty run amok? Do you not see inequality? Do you not see 70,000 cases pending in the Supreme Court, and yet a case where outside food is not allowed in the restaurants and is not allowed in theaters? Is that more important than equality? Is that more important than humanization? Then, well, you are standing on the cusp of an Orwellian dystopia. Thank you.
Where have I come? I was just in 1943, but I'm shocked because today I see people from 5 different parts of the country sharing 9 different religions, speaking 21 different languages, coexisting, striving together towards a common sense of community. I came from a world where I saw poverty was lacking. We did not even have access to basic necessities. But today, World Bank is saying that we reduced poverty from 36% in 1990 to 9.2% in 2019. We have access to basic human necessities. We live by the ideals of Sarve Bhavantu Shaktike, Sarve Santu Niramaya. I saw society wherein there was totalitarianism, colonial oppression. There was cities being bombarded. There were population that were being displaced. 2 world wars, 70 million dead. But today, I see a world that is peaceful. I see a world that is stable. Today, global civilization is on the ideal Vasudeva Kutumbakam, where global society opens up its door, opens up its arm to 71 million refugees and adopt SDG 2030 goals for the global society as whole. I see democracy where people have right to vote. I do not want to go back to that dark dystopian society. Well, this is what a time traveler who is shocked to see this progressive non-dystopian society would say. From medicine to technology, we are filled with a world of possibility. Where poverty is in decline, education and healthcare is now in line. Where world is connected, knowledge and understanding is respected. Where world strives
to bright where dystopia is not in sight. I believe that we have problems, but we are a society that is work in progress and not doomed. I know we are not perfect, but we live in a society that strives for perfection. And that is what I believe is a non-dystopian society.
We have observed that some of the participants carry some notes along with them while presenting the topic. We have observed, we have received some feedback. So kindly refrain from carrying anything while you speak, and either for or against this subject. Thank you.
We can start with the questions.
So Sahil said that there is a society we live in where we are peaceful and stable. Please explain Afghanistan crisis. Please explain Pakistan crisis.
First of all, it is always possible to muddle the argument by comparing it with something extreme. Dystopia is a society where you have problems, but you do not have the chance to solve it because it is a stagnant society. The idea that we are not living in dystopia means the fact that we have problems like Afghanistan, but yet as a society, we're trying to solve them. We're trying to come up with solution that betters the very status quo that we maintain. And let me ask you one thing. Dystopia is the conceptual problem. How? It means a society filled with hopelessness.
Objection, questions unanswered. You were about to ask me.
I'm asking you a question. Dystopia means a society that is filled with hopelessness, disbelief, where dissent is silenced. I want to ask a question to you and everyone. How many of you believe that you can clear CA in first attempt? Raise your hands. How many of you hope to clear CA in first attempt? Is this a society filled with disbelief? No, it reflects belief. Is this a society that's filled with hopelessness? No, this reflects hope. So, are we living in a dystopian society? The truth is evident here. Is dissent silenced? Today, before this debate, you and I both knew the fact, let me complete. You and I both knew the fact that we had different perceptions. We had difference of opinions. Yet, we did not silence each other. We went to each other, shook each other's hand, and wished each other best of luck. Because today, we understand and respect the value even if it is in opposition. The very problem is in the idea of society.
Sahil, people with drug charges are imprisoned for a longer term than people who have embezzled, who are involved in frauds and have fled the country. How do you explain the declining fertility rates in the country, which is central to dystopian concept? The fertility rates in the country across the world has declined by 50%. Abortion is illegal.
Will you quote the source of the statistics?
Let me continue.
Source of the statistic.
I'll tell you. Abortion laws in Texas, Google everything.
No, you have to tell the source, not the Google.
Can you please not understand the fact that abortion laws in Texas are considered a felony? Just go to...
How many states are in the United States of America?
So,
how many states are there in the United States of America?
Answering my
if there is one state that has abolished...
Answering my question.
If there is one state that has abolished the practice of... You say, there are other states. There are other 50 states in
India has
in USA.
The ratio of poverty in India has not declined. We are under 29% of below poverty line. And the statistics regarding the below poverty line have not been updated since the past 10 years. World Bank itself has said that India has succumbed to poverty more than in Corona times than ever before. Your stats, can you please explain? Where do they come from?
I come from the statistics of World Bank, which has clearly shown.
World Bank has clearly said since 2019, the poverty levels in India has risen.
But if we talk in comparative terms, from 1990s, we have moved from a 36% poverty rate to 9.2% poverty rate. Isn't this improvement? The very idea that we are improving the society.
In the past 10 years. These
Sorry?
data have not been updated since the past 10 years. Check
Exactly,
the
but
report
when
of
the
17th
society is
October
progressing,
2022. Check the report on that.
So my question to Unnati, please justify. Developments in modern medicines have saved millions of lives, thereby quality of our lives. Society has become more inclusive than ever before. Still, why do you support the word dystopia?
75% of healthcare infrastructure in India is situated in metro cities, where only 27% of the population lives. The rest, 73% of the population, is in areas where medical facilities are not easily available. India is in dire need of 3,000 more doctors to treat medical problems, but we do not have that. People are not pursuing engineering because they are poor. Engineering or any medical streams because of poverty. Poverty is rampant in India. And so if you're talking about inclusion, so have we forgotten the Karnataka riots? Have we forgotten what's happening in Kashmir every day? Have we forgotten what's happening in Pakistan today? Have we forgotten that in North Korea, not going by the dictator is considered a political crime? So we can discount the positivities, but so we are developing, and at the same time, we are not confusing the problems. You are devising new solutions for the problems, but those solutions come with yet another problem. Electronic vehicles come with yet another problem of dumping the batteries in the ground landfill, which is yet another pollution problem to deal with the pollution problem that we had with the fuel cars in the first place.
So my question is for Sahil. So Sahil, the opposite of dystopia would be utopia, right? So life without sorrows and problems is a myth. So is utopian society also a myth?
Well, I'm not favoring utopian society. I'm against dystopian society. So being against dystopian society not necessarily means that I favor utopian society. But today we live in a world where utopia is not a reality, but an idealistic goal out there that we are striving to achieve. So that's what I believe in. If we accept the fact that we live in dystopia, then we lose the chance to strive towards that perfection. As I said, we are a society that is work in progress, rather doomed. We are a society that has the right to complain rather than right to say nothing. So I believe that we live in the world where there are sorrow and happiness. But what we are trying to achieve more and more every single day is the idea of happiness and not sorrow, which means that we are not living in the dystopian society. That's what I believe in.
What an outstanding round of debate. A huge round of applause for Sahil and Unnati. Not just this round, but the rounds before this as well. The participants have done a great job in setting the tone right and doing justice to the grand finale. I request the audience to give a response as well. Like when the participants are debating, the response of the audience matters as well. So you can cheer them up and pump them up while they're debating. Now for the next topic, the topic is whether cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin can be considered as an asset in a business. And for this, we have Mr. Manan Shah and Jay Hotani. I request the audience to kindly engage with the participants and cheer them up. Thank you.
Hello, let me know when I can start. Should I start? So hello and a very good morning to everyone present here. This is Manan Shah and today I'll be strongly supporting the topic of considering cryptocurrency as an asset. So let us start with this maxim. The future belongs to one who have learned from the mistakes in the past. The assets of today have failed us miserably in the past, whether it may be real estate and the 2008 financial crisis, equity markets and the Ketan Parekh scam, and don't even get me started on the fallacies of fiat currency. So what we need today is an asset for the future. What we need today is a dependable asset, an asset which is backed by state-of-the-art technology. Yes, my dear friends, we need blockchain and cryptocurrency as an asset because it is backed by distributed ledger technology that provides state-of-the-art technology, preventing corruption, encouraging transparency. Now, the burning question here is whether or not cryptocurrency should be accepted as an asset. Let us take it from the top and understand what is an asset. As per the accepted definitions, asset refers to anything that offers economic value in the longer run, and the economic utility use cases offered by cryptocurrencies are unfathomable, beyond our imaginations. From decentralized finance to smart contracts to prevention of corruption, cryptocurrency, my friends, is everywhere. Cryptocurrency today is enabling businesses. To put that in perspective, as per a report, the banking and financial coverage offered in developing and underdeveloped countries stands at a meager 35%. In stark contrast, the internet coverage stands at all 75%. This clearly puts out the effects, the revolutionary effects introduction of cryptocurrency can have on the lives of each one of us. Lastly, I would like to speak on the acceptance of cryptocurrency by major economies globally. Economies like USA, Russia, India, Finland, Canada have in some or the other form accepted cryptocurrency as an asset. Moreover, companies are also introducing bitcoins and cryptocurrency as a major form of their business assets. So it is pretty evident. Lastly, this reminds me of a verse from Bhagavad Gita. Vasani jirnani taham vihaya. Vasani jirnani taham vihaya. Nyayani sarjani navani dehi. Which means that innovation and adoption to innovation are the sure pathways to success. As the revolutionary Hugo Victor says, that no power on earth can stop an idea whose time has come. And the time of cryptocurrency, my friends, is here. We have all witnessed in past that great innovations like Xerox, Android, and even the greatest inventor of all time, Thomas Alva Edison, has to face innumerable rejections from the society. But they stood out. We have also witnessed companies like Canon, Nikon, Kodak, who have witnessed and stood against innovation and now are a thing of past. So the decision is ours. The ball is in our court. Whether or not we want to accept this revolutionary technology and change the way we look, or we want to just delay this progress and make this world a worse place to live. With this, I'll rest my case. Thank you so much.
FTX, the second largest crypto exchange in the world, lost its value of 2.5 lakh crores in a span of 8 days in December 2022. World, our very own Indian entrepreneurship startup of crypto, went bankrupt. Shiba Inu, a coin which traded at rupees 1616 rupees. In the next 10 minutes, its value dropped down to rupees 10. Any guesses at what price it will be trading right now, audience? The price is 0.00093 only. Welcome to the world of crypto, everyone, where 80% of the countries don't even give crypto a legal definition. A world where the coins have no backing, no support, no sovereign imprint, and no regulator, my friend. Welcome one and all. This is Jaikumar Hotani, and today I'm going to unleash some facts and statistics about why cryptocurrencies should not be considered as an asset to the business. My first point. Sir, imagine I gave you bitcoins worth 1 lakh rupees today. Next day you wake up and find out 37% of the value of crypto coin have gone down. This is hypothetical, but this can be real. According to a report by Goldman, crypto is highly volatile and have a historical volatility rate of 76%. In March 2020, Bitcoin fell by 37% in a single day. My second point, how Bitcoin is not an asset. It has no regulator. According to a definition of the asset is something which gives you future economic benefit. Does crypto provide you any economic benefit when it's come to dividend and interest? No. Does cryptocurrencies have any underlying asset which can give you capital appreciation in the future? No, they don't have any underlying asset. And hence, they cannot be considered an asset. My third point, it will increase the risk in the businesses as well as the economy. I cannot ignore the point that the same report which I quoted in US 2022, more than $3.73 billion were traded on exchange for criminal activities. Crypto is the biggest source for terrorism to the economy. It challenges the security and financial integrity of the country, and to the businesses, it makes businesses prone to ransomware attacks and data breaches. The same report, the Goldman, tell us that in 2022, US businesses faced 1,200 plus ransomware attack, which amounted $7+ billion as a cost. Coming to the conclusion, I am 100% against crypto. What I would want to quote here is the initiative taken by our very own government of CBDC, which uses the underlying technology of government, underlying technology of crypto, which is blockchain, regularize it and brings our very own cryptocurrency, e-rupee. How many of you have heard of e-rupee? The pilot was launched in October 2022. I signing off. Jai Kumar Utani.
I would like to take a moment and just look at the fact that how blindsided my worthy opponent is towards the fact of cryptocurrency. He started with volatility. So let me put that through some factual perspective. Every time some new asset has been introduced in the past, it has been targeted with incessant amount of volatility. For example, when oil was introduced in the 1900s, its price quadrupled in 4 months and came crashing down by 75% in the next 3 months. What is that? That is not volatility. To further put that into action, the recent developments in the crypto space, as of 13 January 2023, Russia and its partner countries are planning to introduce a cryptocurrency of the price of which is backed by the gold coin. This introduces further amounts of volatility, reduces a further amount of volatility and induces stability in this coin and cryptocurrency system. Next, you mentioned that there are no regulators to this system. But as mentioned by me earlier, many countries, major economies all around the world, even the IRS of the US economy has accepted cryptocurrency as an asset, digital asset, and they have introduced laws for taxation and governing the same.
Introducing the laws of taxation does not make the currency legal.
Also, counter my partner. He said that cryptocurrency does not have any underlying asset. Here we are only focusing on the intrinsic tokens. But let me explain to you that there are 4 types of crypto tokens. Primarily equity-based tokens, intrinsic tokens, project tokens, and utility tokens. All 3 of them have assets who have proven their value in the past and who can increase their value in future. We are ignoring the mere fact of cryptocurrency and the blockchain technology. How can it revolutionize the way the world works? As quoted by me earlier, decentralized finance, it is such an important step in the way future. We can cover all of us in the country.
None of the asset you quoted. Equities exchange never got bankrupt. Okay. Oil platforms and oil trading companies never went bankrupt. FTX is a crypto exchange, it went bankrupt. Imagine what if our BSC went bankrupt. That is the loss that crypto world has faced. The crypto has no underlying asset. FTX, the exchange is going bankrupt. Indian startups, trading platforms of crypto are going bankrupt. And you are explaining that cryptos can be used as an asset in the business and businesses can thrive. And I don't know, how can you ignore the possibility of terrorism? Like, I don't understand your point, mate. Like, you are saying that the advantages totally override the disadvantages of terrorism, the disadvantages we are facing in the economy.
How can you ignore
why are you
that is offered by cryptocurrency?
Mate, yeah, I am not. The financial integration can be done.
The basic access to banking needs.
Yeah.
How can you compare that to anything else?
I am so glad that you asked this. Let me come to my point. CBDC, Central Bank Decentralized Currency, e-rupee pilot, which was launched in October 2022. It is 97% efficient. It is helping the country as a whole. And that is a good use of blockchain technology. And that is not a cryptocurrency. It is a yes, exactly. Stay to it. It is the useful blockchain technology. I totally feel that you are not clear about the topic. We are talking about cryptocurrency. Stop it. We are talking about cryptocurrency. We are not talking about the blockchain technology. We are talking about cryptos. Blockchain is a good technology, even I favor it. But cryptocurrency, private cryptocurrencies are a threat.
It is also part of the intrinsic token. If you define CBDC, it is defined by an intrinsic token as the RBI itself. So how can you negate what the RBI, the creator of CBDC, is telling?
But it is regulated. It is regulated by the government. It has backing. The RBI won't ever go bankrupt. e-rupee won't fail.
As a cryptocurrency token. So how
your e-rupee won't fail. Your exchange might go down and lost
his people. The opponent cannot understand something.
FTX held withdrawal 80,000.
The creator is itself vouching for the fact that it is an intrinsic token. How can my friend you can ignore this fact? It just amuses me that you are ignorant towards such basic facts. How can you ignore those facts?
How can you ignore that 80,000 crore worth of funds were held for withdrawal by the FTX investor, lost their hard-earned money? Are you okay with that? But the blockchain technology has a much better use. Why you wanted cryptocurrency, which is like private cryptocurrency, threat to the country?
I think we are overrunning the time. So thank you. Now we'll have the questions.
Okay, my question is to Manan. Do you really think crypto as an asset to the business and added value to business financial position? Please justify.
Thank you for your question, ma'am. As per reports, there are various startups globally that are working using the cryptocurrency technology to revolutionize things. To put that in perspective, a startup called Axiom just started last week. They use the cryptocurrency and the blockchain technology to revolutionize how the capital markets work. To add that, more than a bander's word startup, it revolutionized the way intercontinental payments are effected. We fail to understand that cryptocurrency and blockchain technology is a revolutionary step in the way forward. As we see in the past, governments have resorted to incessant printings of money, which have resorted to citizens failing badly. Countries have gone bankrupt. Cryptocurrency stops that because the supply of cryptocurrency is regulated by a mathematical algorithm. You cannot exceed that. So how can we clearly ignore the fact that the advantages that are offered by cryptocurrency as tokens, and we're merely looking at the intrinsic token and some odd examples of Shiba Inu, but we fail to look at smart contracts of Ethereum, which has changed completely how things work. To answer that, a country called Finland in the 2015 helped more than 150,000 migrants by using Ethereum smart contracts technology. How can that not be a step forward, ma'am? Thank you so much.
Yeah, my question to Jay. Crypto being an intangible asset are subject to an impairment test. Your take on this?
Thank you so much for asking this question, sir. As per Ind AS 38, crypto can be classified as an intangible asset. But as per Ind AS 36, which talks about impairment of asset at various intervals according to the volatility and the substance and nature of the asset. So here, I guess Ind AS 36 would come into play, which will talk about the impairment. And when we talk about crypto, it is a highly volatile asset class all across the globe when we compare it to other asset class. So we have to evaluate the impairment. We have to evaluate and then do its impairment testing on various intervals to actually ascertain its fair value. And that will be tough. Why, you ask? Because it has no underlying substantial asset. And right now the cryptocurrencies are not regulated. Coming to the second part, the other aspect of this particular point, companies will need to hire consultants to actually evaluate the value of cryptocurrency and come down to the fair valuation, because that's all Ind AS talks about. And that will eventually increase the cost of the businesses and make cryptocurrency a costlier avenue to even adopt, a riskier avenue, and a threat to the business and national security as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, participants.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So this question still remains that if it is considered as an asset in the business, how do we evaluate? How do we recognize in the books of accounts? And if we do recognize, how do we then depreciate it? Or maybe if it's getting appreciated, how do we appreciate the same? Because the valuation rules and norms are still to be considered. But another aspect, which is very important, is the tax aspect of that. Because the bitcoins have been taken as a capital asset, and then they have been taxed at some higher tax rates. So how do we, when this sale is made, the taxability is a question, the traceability is a question. And with the same topic, we are now coming to the tax part, which is the next topic, which is a flat tax rate a fair way to collect revenue? For this, we have Miss Akpan and Miss Siri, right? Please come on stage. So taxing is always in India been, a twofold mechanism, wherein one is a progressive tax and one is a regressive tax. Now, this is to be debated by both of these ladies. I would request. Okay, fine. A round of applause, everyone. And I would request the audience, at the time of rebuttals or at the time of normal conversations, if you like a point or if you are, interested in that point, kindly clap or kindly, show some appreciation towards the participants. They have come a long way here. They have prepared a lot. So your appreciation will help, them to boost their enthusiasm and go ahead with some more arguments. Thank you, everyone.
Imagine your everyday routine. You wake up, switch on the electricity, look at your electricity bill, multiple taxes embedded there. You go to the kitchen, grab a coffee and some muffins, pay GST. Go to work, pay the toll, get to work, pay the income tax. Come back and check your mail, the property tax notice. Understanding this situation, the only thing that I can conclude is that everything in life is uncertain apart from death and taxes. And out of these, one is infinitely more complex than the other. And all of you know which one I'm talking about, don't you? A very good afternoon to each and everyone present over here. I am Akpan Behera, standing before you to speak in favor of today's given notion that is flat tax rate a fair way to collect revenue? Flat tax in simple terms is a single rate applicable on all but with an exemption to those who fall under the lower income category. And I strongly believe that flat tax is a fair way. Why so? 4 reasons. First is the economic enhancement. Let us analyze this. The tax that we pay on our income is actually the price that we pay for being productive. The tax that we pay on our capital gains is the price that we pay for taking a risk. The tax that we pay on our profits is the price that we pay for being successful. It's a simple proposition. When you lower the price of good things, like taking risks, like being successful and like being productive, you start getting more of them. And that is exactly why with flat tax, job creations and investments is going to skyrocket, which will ultimately lead to the overall growth and enhancement of the economy. Second is increase of government revenues. No matter what policy we follow, ultimately when the tax time comes, all of us try our best to pay as little as possible. Let's talk about exemptions and deductions. Exemptions and deductions, which is a nightmare for the common people to understand, is a gold mine for the corrupt. Not just because of the complexity that comes along with it, but also because most of these deductions go to the wealthy. But with the flat tax system, the rich are going to pay more taxes because they do not have access to the loopholes and they do not have the tax shelter. And since everything is going to be so transparent, they can neither hide it nor can they slip into it. Third is the compliance cost. Taxes, a flat tax will not just make our calculations and filings easy, but at the same time will also reduce our need to hire a professional, which will ultimately help in saving our time, cost, and efforts. Fourth is the complexity and with the simplicity that flat tax comes with. Did you know that the Constitution of India that governs our life here has 1,45,000 words, and the Income Tax Act of 1961 has 4,96,576 words. And the appealing fact is that no one really knows 100% of it. That is exactly why there are multiple court cases that are pending, and which brings along with it ambiguity and confusion, which is unnecessary. And with flat tax, all of this can be removed. At the end, I would like to open this question to all of you. Ask yourself, do you really not want to embrace the extra economic growth that will not just bring about increasing your investments or balancing your budget, but also increasing your take-home pay, increasing your family's retirement savings, and above all, your ability to achieve a future that is fairer and better? Thus, with flat tax, the rich win, the poor win, the people win, the government wins, the society wins, and at the end, all of us win. With this, I would like to rest my case. Thank you.
In a capitalist economy that we live in today, taxes are not just a structure of recompense for the government and public services. It's rather one of the most important instruments that help political systems and aid political systems in bringing into practice the conception of both economic and, most important, deliberative justice. You see, this is why flat taxes has become one of the most contended topics and most debated, simply because it is fueled ardently by the conflicting ideas of equality and fairness. The rudimentary paradigm of progressivity anywhere for any nation and all their citizens is based on a single ideology that was brought about by celebrated sociologist Adam Smith, who rightly said that taxes should always be based on the basis of the equality of sacrifice. A fair system of taxation today would actually consider 3 major criteria. The first one is vertical equity, second is horizontal equity, and the third is the ability to pay. A fair tax system in any case should be sensitive to the fact that due to economic capability and different levels of economic capability, such as income and wealth, it would just not be fair to accept or ask individuals belonging to different sections of income levels to have the same level of tax burden. So in theory, flat tax takes away this privilege from the poorer sections of society. And if you really think about it, individuals who are far more fortunate in our society and who can spare certain parts of their income are indefinitely asked to pay greater amount of taxes. And in doing so, any nation in the world will ultimately achieve the redistribution function of their economy. And this can be evidently justified by the concept of decreasing marginal utility of income. If you really look at it in depth, I would go on about it for hours. But to cut it short and keep it as concise as possible, it essentially means that the additional income that's earned by an affluent individual is far less valuable than £1, £1, or even $1 to a poor household. My worthy opponent, with all due respect, has weaved this story that's based on debatable economic models and, more importantly, dogmatic faith. And one of the doctrines of this faith is the beneficence of inequality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Siri. No doubt, I also totally respect and value your points that you said, but at the same time, I also feel that is just one consideration and there are various other considerations to it. Firstly, you talk about equality. Now here, with the progressive tax system, although we feel that it is going to be equal, but let us also see this, that the flat tax rate is actually more equal and equitable. Yes, you heard me right. Why so? Because see this, when we talk about flat tax rate, it's going to be one amount of 1% that is applicable on everyone. So equality and equity, because everyone is going to pay one exact same percentage of their share of income. And talking about progressive taxes, progressive tax and equality of progressive taxes are only delusions on paper. Why so? It is because of this fact that let's say, for example, your income increases by 10%. But then the amount of tax that you also pay increases by 15%, because of which the rate of the income tax that increases is higher than the rate of your income that increases. Secondly, is that because of which I feel that progressive taxes are not equal and not equitable. I'd like to completely refute this point. The first thing is, when you see a single flat tax and say that it's proportionate to all individuals, you're not looking at the repercussions of this tax. And one of it is tax burden. The poorer individuals belonging to middle class or even lower sections of society tend to pay a higher tax rate under a flat tax system than individuals belonging to a wealthier class, which is where comparable income comes into picture. And you spoke about the fact that in a progressive taxation system, even if there is an increase by $1 or ₹1, that you're paying a different rate of tax. But that's not how progressive taxation even works. You see, under slab base, that particular slab is what is taxed. From 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakhs is a particular tax rate, and it's only excess about that tax that gets taxed. So the wealthy essentially is paying the same flat rate tax rate as somebody who's poor, but only when they increase in their income that is essentially needed for revenue to progress as a society in collective needs, it gets completely obsolete and oblivious to flat tax. I totally understand where your point is coming from, but at the same time, let us also understand the complexity of what you just explained. Because, like you also, like there is Money Magazine had once did this research through which they found where they took in the finances of one family and they provided it to 46 tax preparers. And can you guess what was the outcome? The outcome was this: 46 different preparers, 46 different returns, and 46 different amounts that the family should be paying. So how can you really justify that the complexity is being handled here? And how can we really expect that someone who is from the middle class can actually do this all by themselves? Exactly what I said in my earlier argument is that you're basing your argument on pure economic models. Now, if you actually look at flat tax being imposed in nations like Estonia or even Slovakia, right? One of the most important things is the fiscal purism itself is adulterated with heavy payroll tax, and that becomes a huge burden in itself. The second is, if you, of course, you did bring about this topic of tax allowances and deductions being introduced in a flat tax system. Now, if you look at the ASI model by nature, and including what Ted Cruz and Paul Rudder said at when they initially established it, they said exempting
introducing a flat tax would essentially exempt 1/5 of households, who would have a repercussion of more than 50 billion euros and dollars to the government revenue. And that would essentially force us to cut down on public expenditure and have a backlash to our economy on the large.
Thank you, both of you. Time for some questions. So my question is for Akpan, who is in favor of the flat tax rate. So, there are some thought processes which say that socioeconomic disparity and discrimination will be further promoted by flat tax rate system. I think your opponent also said something similar. Can you elaborate on that?
So that is exactly, thank you for your question, sir. That is exactly what I have been trying to prove, which is that the social economic disparity that we're talking about will not increase in this case, whereas this will actually lead to bring about an equality as well as equity here. With this question, what actually comes to my mind is a quote by John Keynes, where he says that the difficulty lies not in the new idea, but in escaping from the old one. The similar questions were raised when we were transforming ourselves from the old taxation regime in the indirect taxes to GST. But then gradually all of these were solved. Similarly, in this case as well, I believe that the flat tax rate is the answer to all our questions, because of the fact that there have been more than 40 countries, starting from Russia to Hong Kong, have actually seen the difference. And at the same time, reports also say that this has been decreasing the social economic disparity than the progressive tax has done. And that is exactly why I also come to the point where we need to talk about the fact that the flat tax rates is not just going to... that was my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Akpan. My question is for Siri. Flat tax rate will help Indian economy grow and help reduce tax evasion. What is your take on that?
I would completely negate and refute that argument simply on the basis that if you look at flat tax, the rich get richer. In a sense, wealth always begets more wealth. And individuals who are in the top 1% of our economy will do anything to essentially evade tax on a very cardinal principle called as the doctrine of greatness of numbers. And even more, something more relatable to the common masses is that there's a very simple idiosyncrasy of sorts that's based on the fact that whoever so controls money has the potential and potent power to control and transform the world. So in the implementation of flat tax, we have empirical uncertainties of the economic consequences that it will hold in today's society. And when that is ignored, we essentially descend into what I could call as economic madness. Thank you.
Round of applause for the participants. We have witnessed some intense arguments during the debates. Now, enough about crypto, Bitcoin, accounting, taxation. Let's talk about some fighting, self-defense, and action. I'll ask a question to the audience. Let me know with a show of hands. How many of you have incorporated the skill of martial arts? Not much, right? Is it concerning? The next topic is whether martial arts should be made mandatory in schools or colleges. And for that, I have Anubhav Mishra and Shubham Jindal. Huge round of applause for the participants, please.
Hello. Is it audible? Hello. Is it audible? Hello. Audible? Can you start?
Year 2017, 950 cases. Year 2018, 1200 cases. Year 2020, 1500 cases. Year 2021, 1800 cases. Source the Indian Express. These are the number of cases registered for molestation among students, including the minors. And number of unregistered cases, unknown. Imagine it's late night, you're coming back from a party, there's no one on the road, no cabs to book, and two drunk people come from behind and grab you. What would you do? Well, I'll tell you. The solution at that time is self-defense. Those punches, those jabs, those hooks are your life savior for that particular point of time. Namaskaram to one and all present over here. I, Anubhav Mishra, am here to discuss the most suppressed social issue, which is martial arts to be made compulsory for school and college going students. And I take this opportunity to express my views for the Muslims. Martial arts comes from the Latin word vuye, where vu refers to martial and ye refers to the way you live your life. It's the way how you connect your body, mind, and soul. Many of us think that martial artist is a person who has rippling muscles, who goes to the gym all the time, who's big in size, but that's not the case. Martial arts has a lot of aspects to cover than the physical aspects only. According to research, it has been found that physical workouts such as karate, judo, etc. releases chemicals in the brain called dopamine and endorphins. These chemicals create a sense of happiness, joyfulness, acceptance in students, which would be a helping hand for all the students in their academic field. In India, it is said, Balaka Devo Asti, is that children are the form of gods. But according to statistics, 13% of these students only feel physical forces. And to your wonder, 10% is the female category and 3% is the male category of students as well. You really feel debating over it, going to the candle match the solution? Well, that's not. The solution is to bring martial arts at all levels of schools and colleges. The solution is to treat this key which we carry with self as a tool for martial arts defense. Had this been the case, the 13% side effects would have gone down. Other benefits are the impulsive feeling of confidence, the feeling of never given approach, and most importantly, discipline.
Recording stopped.
With these points and arguments, I believe that I made you believe that it's high time to impose martial arts at all schools and colleges. Namaskaram.
Recording in progress.
Allow me to share with you the story of Neji, a 13-year-old boy whose dream was to become a professional footballer. On the day of his 13th birthday, his parents were busy buying a new pair of shoes for their son when they got a call from the school. Neji had been rushed to the hospital. He had suffered a serious injury during his judo class. The next day, Neji was brought home on a wheelchair. He had lost his ability to walk again. All his dreams of being able to play football for his country were shattered into pieces. Ever since the Japanese government made it mandatory for children to attend compulsory martial arts classes, hundreds of children have had to wake up to the realities that can result from just one arbitrary decision. Respected members of the jury, each and every person who enrolls themselves for martial arts is required to fill a registration form. And as a martial arts student myself, I can vet the fact that that particular registration form involves a clause. That clause clearly states that martial arts is a dangerous sport, involves the risk of hazardous activity, and the student participating in it is doing it on his free own consent. Yes, my dear friend, on his own free consent. Now, from a worthy opponent, consent might be immaterial, but for the Constitution of India, it matters. The Constitution is not just a document, it's a legacy of our freedom fighters who laid down their lives for you and me to be able to breathe in a free country. And that very idea besmirches the very spirit of this holy document. My dear friends, Article 19 of the Constitution of India clearly states that an individual has a freedom to form an association. And that freedom of association, as expanded by the Honorable Supreme Court of India, clearly included the freedom to refuse the association of any particular organization. So by forcing our children to mandatorily be a part of their institutions' martial arts clubs, we are blatantly trampling on that right guaranteed to them as the citizens of this country. Moreover, the Honorable Supreme Court of India has also emphatically stated that any kind of violence in schools under the name of education for any purpose whatsoever was inherently prohibited, restrictive, and violative of Article 21 of the Constitution of India. My dear friends, we all dream of an India where the women of our country can walk on the streets without the fear of being molested. For this, let us take an example of Sweden. The country has the lowest rates of sexual harassment in the world. But is it because they force some kind of a compulsory martial arts training on their children? Definitely not. Through their laws and their legal provisions, they ensured that any person who even dared to outrage the modesty of a woman never hopes for a dignified life again. Shri Krishna beautifully stated in the 3rd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Swadharmo nipunaha paradharmo swamishchitat, that a fish should not be forced to climb a tree. The aim of education must be to give a child the wings to fly. On this note, I now request my worthy opponent to kindly express his views. Thank you.
What a perfect example you gave us, Shri Krishna. Shri Krishna, at the age of 14, defeated Charuna by the help of martial arts. The same Shri Krishna. He gave examples of students who are like, had the negative aspects of martial arts. Now I'll tell you the positive aspects. A boy from USC Sebastian, when he was trying to be kidnapped, was saved because of the martial arts skills. A girl coming late at night was saved by the skill of martial arts people. And you know what she mentioned? She said that martial is the reason why I'm still alive, and that is why I am not afraid.
Let's go point by point. You talked about Shri Krishna. You talked about when he was 14 years old, right?
Yeah, correct.
The very Bhagavad Gita, when he spoke, Arjun left his bow. He was an expert in martial arts. Arjun left his bow. Shri Krishna would have, if he had the opportunity, he could have, forced Arjun to fight the war. But what did he do? He convinced him, because he knew that the value of persuasion is way more than the value of physical force. Now let's also talk about the
If that is the case,
let's also talk about
has there been the consent with the girls?
Finish my point.
You ask anyone, but if consent is the issue, so why are rapes happening? If consent is an issue, is there a consent of the rapist who's raping the girl?
Sir, that is I feel that is a very ignorant.
I feel that every 40 minutes a rape is committed in the context. It's very important. We're not talking about the consent of the rapist. We're talking about the consent of the person who's forced to stand there, learn martial arts without his will. Now, what if he God help those who hurt themselves, sir. I would like to highlight it's not like a gift of box would come and would help you.
So I would like to highlight the national sports policy highlights. The national sports policy clearly states that sports should be made compulsory, not a particular sport. Now talk about self-defense. Imagine a child going in the class, waiting for the clock to strike 9 when his class gets over. What did he learn? And sir, as a student of martial arts myself, I've been learning a form of martial arts called MMA for the last 2 years. I can say this, and any person, any martial arts students can say this, that if a person does not have focus, according to WHO, the only reason for a lack of focus is a lack of interest. So if I'm forced to stand there without, according to WHO, the same aspect is 1/4 of the students are depressed from the age of 13 to 15, which at the net it's WHO. And you know what? Tell me, what is the ultimate purpose of education? Is it to mug up those concepts? Is it to compete with Sharma ji's Laga? Which is why we should make development compulsory, not overall development. Which is why we should make sports compulsory. Okay, I have a solution to it as well. So you're talking about mental health, even boxing, and equally, football, cricket, all are very much facilitative in combating mental health issues. They have all proven to be equally effective. So what is the reason for your special prejudice towards martial arts, which has no impact? You're walking on a road, someone grabs you and you bring that bat and sticks to beat him up. Do you carry that? So I would be able to defend myself. That is the point. Teaches you to use the weapons you carry in your daily life. That is the point. Technically, what is possible? That is more practical. In such situations, presence of mind is a prerequisite. And that presence of mind will not be developed in me if I'm forced to stand there trying to... Presence of mind comes from that presence of mind will come into my use if I actually have an interest in what I'm actually learning. So my argument is not that martial arts is futile. My argument is that it should not be forced on the children. The showering system of the martial arts tell to inculcate that habit of discipline. If it has been taught to students, there would be less rape case, less molestation, less physical abuse, less physical forces. So take an example of Iceland, take an example of Sweden, take an example of Norway, take an example of Singapore, where the is women. None of them have compulsory martial arts.
It's over, please. Thank you. So my question to Mr. Anubhav.
Yes, sir.
Mandatory martial arts as you're
Sir,
advocating.
it's not audible a bit.
Mandatory martial arts as you're advocating perhaps can lead to aggressive behavior and even promote violence among the school and college campus, and also probably inducing more intolerance among each other. What is your take on this?
Totally disagreed. Reason being, there are sets in martial arts as well. Martial arts, when you learn martial arts, it's nothing like you get an expert level to everyone. First, you become defensible in nature with training, and then you go to the expert level. Now, the teachings of martial arts, the showering system, it does not teach you to fight. It teaches you to fight for the rights, fight for the others. Not teaches you violence. That is the beauty of martial arts. Discipline, never give up approach. These are the reasons why when it will be inculcated in the students, would never lead them to the negative aspects. And that is the reason I believe martial arts, according to my perspective and my martial arts, will never lead into wrong hands.
Thank you. Thank you, Anubhav. So my question is for Shubham. So Shubham, martial art is a way to healthy and a secure life. It possibly helps young minds to keep themselves mentally balanced also. So then why would you oppose it as a curriculum?
Sir, I completely agree with you on the part where you said it is a way for a healthier life. And so is every other sport. We talk about cricket, we talk about football, we even talk about a sport like carom, which inculcates team spirit, or a sport like chess that, stimulates our brain. So that advantage is there for every sport. Now, what would happen if I'm, deprived of my opportunity to select a particular sport, and instead I'm forced to learn martial arts? I would lose all interest. I would deprive myself of all the practical application of that art into the real life, because it has been a proven study, sir. It has been a proven study that any person who does not, focus while he is in the dojo training has 0% chances of actually being able to implement it in the real life. And that is my very point. While we stood here, we stood to the ICAI motto that stated, Kamam Kamam Nirmamana. That desire is the way to achieve God, not compulsion, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And at the end of any fight, the martial artist plays where the shake hands. So
What an extraordinary round of debate. The true definition of rebuttal. At a point, I was actually worried whether they would start throwing hands and start showcasing their martial arts skills themselves. A huge round of applause for all the participants till now. Friends, now we will be going for the lunch break. We have made arrangements at the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. I request the audience and the students to make their way to the 3rd floor cafeteria, and I request the participants and members to kindly stay in the auditorium. Thank you.
Guys, we'll be resuming somewhere around 2:30. So request everyone to kindly come back to the auditorium by 2:30.
stress, perfectionism, procrastination, and time management. All of these words, every CS student is familiar with these. Are they overrated? We'll get to know in a short while. I request H.A. Devi Peshi and Ashita Rani to debate on the topic. Vikasa team, can you get a technical person, please?
Since its inception, ICAI has been at the forefront of revolutionizing the chartered accountancy landscape in India. Not just quality programs and educational modules, it has also paved the way for various unique initiatives which have gone a long way in upholding the role and contribution of chartered accountants in India's growth story over the years. All these initiatives are aimed at aiding proactive process towards partnering in nation building and for better governance and regulation. ICAI, as a part of its role in aiding this, has come out with an innovative concept of removing fraudulent practices through the unique document identification number, that is UDIN. UDIN is an 18-digit number which can be obtained through UDIN portal and is unique for every document registered by practicing chartered accountants on the portal. The Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, that is DAAB of ICAI, has also developed world-class standards in forensic accounting and investigation, that is FAIS. As a matter of pride, the ICAI is the only institute in the accounting world which has developed a full set of FAIS. These forensic accounting and investigation standards are continuously updated to help the members in conducting qualitative and credible assignments, which would meet the parameters of ICAI. ICAI has been a pioneer in the development and mandate of the audit quality maturity model for assessing the audit quality.
Hello.
The last 7 decades, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has emerged as a proactive, transparent, and robust regulator. ICAI's regulatory body of the financial audit and accountancy profession in India, issuing standards on accounting, audit, ethics, and legal guidance to ensure quality services, augmented and enhanced the competence of peer and financial reporting review boards. Embracing technology to augment competence and capacity of members and firms to improve quality. Almost 1 lakh firms spread across India are engaged in audit, assurance, taxation, valuation, due diligence, and business advisory, etc., promoting CA firms as expert of CA services by working to establish
Tell a lie, oftentimes it becomes the truth. Discuss a problem one too many times, it becomes an obsession. But worse, when the whole generation gets caught on the trend and it becomes overrated. We live in a culture obsessed with personal productivity. We devour books on getting things done, dream of 4-hour work weeks, worship at the altar of hustle, and boast about being busy. But you've reached a saturation. All these things are getting overrated. I'm sure you have your own list of consensus where a lot of things are overrated, but we can agree on these 4. Here's why. First of all, stress is self-inflicted. Unlike pressure, it's an internal factor. It's totally in your hands to take it or leave it. Every time you were stressed, ranted, and competed for hours together with everyone in your contact list, you also had the option to say no, to take a break, cut back, think out of the box. Also, why are we treating stress like it's a bad thing? All stress is not bad stress. Blaming your incompetence on the stress factor is totally a wrong perspective. It helps us to thrive, overcome threats and demands. Stress is not an obstacle, it's a tool, it's a mindset. Next is perfectionism. Marilyn Monroe said, imperfection is beauty, madness is genius. Perfectionism is like the perfect market situation. It doesn't exist and it's good only in theory. Tell me, when everyone's definition of perfectionism itself is different and flawed, how do you know when you've achieved it? It's like running around in circles, chasing a dream with no head and tail, basically asking for unfulfillment. Next is procrastination. Let me procrastinate speaking about it and move on to time management. This is a witty statement that time management is a big fat waste of time. Here's why. It's a great system for a machine, but for us humans, it fails to take into account the emotional, the mental, and the energetic factors. Here's the biggest flaw. It doesn't guarantee productivity, and you just end up wasting your time scrolling through the number of YouTube gurus who claim to be experts at it. Life is about experiences, not time management. Now on to procrastination. Let's all be honest. We all procrastinate from time to time. But there's 2 sides to every story. When we postpone things, it gives our mind a moment to think about it. Putting things off for later lets us come up with creative solutions. When we are consciously ignoring it, our subconscious mind might be hard at work trying to crack out the perfect solution. See, not everybody works well under pressure, but for those who do, procrastination can be an inevitable boon of determination and energy. So basically, the ultimacy, the urgency, and the immediacy gives us an adrenaline rush, which is scientifically proven to help us in flight or fight mode. In a nutshell, we are often told that in order to achieve things, we need to be perfect, we need to not procrastinate, and we need to have time management skills in order to avoid stress. But no, these aren't the solution. In fact, at times, they're a part of the problem. Basically, being perfect, embrace stress, don't let the amateur procrastination become a pro, and live through time, don't manage it. Thank you.
a sweet, innocent, creative, and playful child with nothing to worry about his life as he grew up and joins the race. Rather, the rat race of the society, his sweetness turns into stress. Creativeness is converted into toxic perfectionism. His joyful is turning into procrastination, and his playfulness is turning into poor time management. And now that happy child is spoiled. A wonderful afternoon to honorable jury members, respected dignitaries, fellow aspirants, and especially my worthy opponent. I, Ashita Rani, stand here strongly opposing the topic stress, perfectionism, procrastination, and time management are all overrated. Because I feel these are the real deal for today. Let me ask you all a question. Do you often struggle with a list of things to do? I feel, of course, yes, you do. You want to start a task, but you cannot. Mainly because you think you can't achieve perfection. And this is where problem lies. Perfectionists set unrealistically high hopes for themselves and others, and they are quick to overlook critical of mistakes and tend to procrastinate their work. And we all know when procrastination takes place, people generally fail to manage their time properly. For instance, you will consequently keep postponing your task until right before your deadline. But as you reach towards your target date, congratulations, you are now stressed over your unfinished work. Because you have procrastinated, which led you to ill time management and giving you time anxiety. This is enough to give you immense amount of stress, and how stress affects our life, I think I don't require to tell you all. Between 75% to 90% of all visits to doctor and nearly half of all healthy people are suffering from stress problem at this point of time. So all I would say, it is okay to be failure, but never fear of trying. It is okay to be serious towards your work, but don't make it a stress. It is okay to have your me time, but don't forget to get back. And it is okay to be lazy sometimes, but never ever run behind that. Thank you.
Okay, so basically this is your own statement. You said perfectionism is setting unrealistic standards, which means you do agree that perfectionism is overrated.
No, I'll be telling about negative perfectionism. See, but the topic says procrastination, perfectionism, and time management.
Yeah.
So we are that negative stress is happening right these days. Procrastination is taking place there, and like you see, people are all behind all rat race, and they are taking so much of stress and trying to be perfect in a negative way. Like this is hampering their health.
Yes, so it is overrated. Perfectionism is hampering their health. Perfectionism is when you're telling that people are choosing perfectionism to be an end goal. And you can never be perfect. You can never achieve perfectionism. You can only go to the proximity of it. You can only go to the idea of it. But you can never completely achieve it. Because the definition is completely different from person to person. So yeah, basically overrated.
No, perfectionism is not overrated. It is becoming problem. I'm telling it is becoming problem, and we need to cater that problem. We have to tell people, like you are saying that
and the problem is overrated.
No, problem is not overrated. How can you say it is overrated? It is a real deal of
because way too many people are running around this unrealistic idea, setting unattainable standards for themselves, which is literally unachievable for them. And they're running behind it.
It is achievable. It can be achievable. But like being in a rat race is not the solution. I'm telling that you can achieve, but don't make it overrated. It is not overrated. You have to deal with it.
You have to cater to that. You have to showing perfectionism is possible. Yes, it is possible. Yes, but your own statement is that perfectionism is an unrealistic standard. Like for some people, it is like they have making it overrated, but it is not for all people making it overrated. Some people are there, but you generally, if you see that it is not overrated, it is problem of today's society. Yeah, right. So we go on to like other topics. So, for example, time management. Everybody has 24 hours. The problem is not with the time. Not everybody has the same level of energy. So we need to manage our energy and not time. And time management has this one thing. It has a strategy. One shoe size fits for all strategy. It basically provides you with one strategy and says that all human beings will adhere to this. That does not happen. With every decision we take in a day, our energy levels keep on dropping. So time management doesnn't work efficiently for us human beings because we're basically emotional beings. And time management is something that works for machines well rather than for humans. So that is the problem. Now, like you are saying that time management overrated, right? Yeah. It is like different for different people, and there is nothing such as time management. Sure, it's not a big skill as people are making it to be. So, like you have mentioned in your statement, life is all about management. It's all about experiences and not about time management. Okay, about experiences. So, how will you get experience when you don't have a proper time, if you have not managed your time? We will not set a schedule to experience things. Life happens. It is suppose you have a time issue. Okay. And you have to attend this MTS like this, and getting your time to come over here. So you have to manage time not to get over here to present over here. It's a big deal. I need to manage it. I get up in the morning, I take a shower, get prepared, and I don't have to set a schedule. For example, I'll give a very simple example. If I had like a task to do before coming here, which means that with every task I do, my energy levels will drop. So if I say in 1 hour I'm going to hit the gym and then study for the next hour, the determination that I have before setting the schedule and the determination I have after.
I think let's move on to the questions, otherwise we will fall behind schedule.
Sure, sir.
So my question to Devi is a question you have to answer with the options given.
Okay, sir.
Right? An individual with obsessive compulsive personality disorder will exhibit which of the following characteristics?
Okay.
I'll repeat the questions. An individual with obsessive compulsive personality disorder will exhibit the characteristics like exceptionally perfectionist tendencies, preoccupation with orderliness, they will stick to rules, and fourth is all of the above.
So could you repeat the options?
Exceptionally perfectionist tendencies.
Yes.
A preoccupation with orderliness. They will stick to rules. And fourth, all of the above.
All of the above is a more difficult answer because I strongly agree with both option A and B, and I don't agree with option C. But since I agree with majority of the options, I go with option, the last option, all of the above.
What is the reason about the same?
About the option C. Basically, they'll be obsessive about the perfection. For example, OCD, they want things in order. I agree with that. And that goes well with the option A and C. They want things to be perfect, as it should be. And that is order. The option C says they have a rules. That's not exactly, maybe it's not the case in all the people who suffer with obsessive compulsive personality disorder. So with the option C, I disagree, but I agree with the majority of the options. That's why I go with all of the above.
Thank you. So, my question is for Ashita.
Yes.
Ashita, so delay is mostly about an excuse of not doing things on time, right? So, how much do you agree or disagree? Why? And I would request you to justify your answer, whatever you want.
So, thank you for the question, sir. But like you said, delay
is mostly about an excuse for not doing things on time.
Delays. So, I think it will lead to procrastination. So delay, like you are not getting, time is not getting managed properly.
So I have to delay this work, and this will lead to procrastination of work, and work will be pending, and then I'll have stress over like I have not completed my work, and this is not an excuse. This is a real problem. So I guess, sir, this need to be catered.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Huge round of applause for both the participants once again. Now, I think both of them did a really good job in doing justice to this topic. And one of the points in the topic was stress. So let's stress. More on this topic, I have Aston Montero for the topic and Nitish Raj against the motion.
Hello. Am I audible clearly? Okay, just a mic test. Is it clearly audible? Or is it better right now? Right now? Okay. My respected dignitaries, friends, my worthy opponent, and the respected judges. Well, I am Aston, and I am not trying to pressure you into anything. Okay? For the ones who are pressured, I am here to uplift. And for the ones who believe in me, I want to add on to more points. So, I will try to break down this topic: stress, perfectionism, procrastination, and time management are all overrated. I would like to begin with the topic perfectionism, because when I remember, it meant trying to get things done in the best way possible. You know, the idea I got about it? If I don't do it, I will delay it because I didn't do it in the perfect way. So what happened here? I procrastinated. But I was trying to be perfect. What do I do? Okay? And there are so many people who are trying to be perfect. It's a mind-breaking example to you. All of you have heard of Elon Musk. Come on, the wonder-making CEO. He had introduced a new product called Cybertruck. You know the best part about Cybertruck? It has bulletproof windows. Okay? And in the product launch, you know what he did? He took a metal ball. What happened? Glasses shattered. Is that perfectionism? Job well? But you know what happened? Because it's imperfect, the news got spread throughout the corners. Guess what? Best advertisement strategy. So, can I tell perfectionism is the best thing? Sorry. Can't. And if I go ahead, procrastination, I just mentioned it to you. It means delay or postponement. When does it happen? When I want to be perfect. Okay? And do you think a person who is starving will procrastinate? Hell no. He will do whatever he can to eat food. And time management, man, I am horrible at it. But there's a CEO who is doing the same thing and better than me. Why? Because he has priorities. He has a team because he can't do everything. We are not perfect. And the best part is, these are all nitty-gritty problems which we all face. Am I audible? Okay. Have an open heart and find your way to inner peace. Dear ladies and gentlemen and honorable judges, I'd like to begin with a basic question for all of you.
how are you? How are you all? You don't have to say, I'm fine, because it is absolutely fine to say, I'm not. When we break the bone to seek people's help, why can't we do the same if our heart is broken? And it is essential we speak about it, and which simply doesn't mean we are not overrating mental. Received orders from his own wife to wash the pending utensils in the sink. He gave the same yes without any option. For shouldering both these orders, he pulled out his laptop, carried his mobile in one hand, enters the kitchen, and starts washing something. Listen carefully, here's the catch. To his dismay, on putting down the call, he noticed the thing which he was washing was not the cutlery, he was washing his own laptop. Oh my God, what's next? His stress levels skyrocketed, because of which he failed to keep up with his time. He procrastinated his tasks. Eventually, his output was negligible. And what happened? He was judged to be imperfect. Dear audience, if you think Mr. Cool is stressed, he's a procrastinator, he's not alone. We all are living a highly stressful lives. Primetime television, newspaper headlines, dining tables, all find its way through one subject called stress. And dear CA students, we all are obsessed with stress, right? We all are obsessed with stress. Stress regarding results, stress regarding losing marks, exemption, aggregate, individual marks. We have passed in all papers, but 199 out of 400, poof, gone. What will happen? And article assistants, we push our limits, we burn the midnight oil to work during the due dates. I would like to conclude by saying, if we are constantly advised to wear a mask out of the streets or follow the COVID protocols by the government, it doesn't mean we are overrating the pandemic. We are simply playing our roles to keep us protected against the perils of the pandemic. Likewise, stress is a mammoth problem, so we are not overrating it. This is my unshakable conviction over to my opponent. Okay, those good points made, but the only pattern I observed in his points were one being careless. Okay, he was being careless to the point where the smallest things have become the issue for him. And you know, when the smallest thing become an issue, when there are multiple small issues, they keep combining, and they become a big mountain, a big monstrous mountain which you cannot conquer. And then what will you say? Oh my goodness, I cannot deal with stress. What if that same person took the options like dealing with the small problems then and there? Rather than complicating it, he never addressed the problem, but what he did was multiplied them. Can I add my point here? Sure. Thank you for speaking in my favor. You have spoken that do things then and then. So you are speaking about time management. So when you're speaking about time management, that doesn't mean you're overrating it. So it is not overrated. Yeah, because you're not choosing what thing to be done when. Time management is all about utilizing the time on the right item. Only then can you be effective, efficient, and productive. You randomly are telling, I am going to utilize my time in any way I want for the least important item, and you are going to tell it is underrated. What is this? You need to use it well. It is about prioritizing our task. Yes, that is my exact point. You need to prioritize it, because then you will treat it and it will never become a problem. You are not addressing the problem at its root at all. And that is what we are talking about. And that is what we are talking about. That comes under time management.
Gentlemen, you are missing the point that if it was treated right at the root, it would have never been a problem. It would have never come into discussion, and all these points would have just been overrated because people do not know how to address it. They keep on talking about it, keep on going on medication, and they have forgotten the crux that they need to treat the roots, not the symptoms. So you are just going on and on and on and on without solving a problem. What do you think that makes it? It is an overrated problem because nobody wants to deal with it, but I want to call it a problem and run away from it and hide from it. What is this? It is not an overrated problem. It is an overrated thing which is not being talked about it. Because once we are obliged to do something, we need to talk about it. It has to fall in our ears. For that, we need to speak up something. For that, we need to, I got a message from ICI that today 4 p.m. we have that stress management webinar. You can enroll it. And yeah.
And we are choosing to ignore this important topic here and enroll for that. Whose decision of that time management is it? You are going to ignore this important competition right now to think about that.
Not only
anybody, good choice, very good choice.
Anybody can enroll it. Not only you. It's for common. It's for all.
Yeah, but my whole point was, rather than focusing on the problem which was ahead of you, you decided to choose unnecessary small things which could have been done after the competition.
Thank you all.
Thank you. My question is for Aston.
Yes, ma'am.
Aston, if you think perfectionism is about scoring 100% all the time, please give your views.
I do not think perfectionism is scoring 100. I think perfectionism is doing it to my best capacity. So if my capacity is 98, I should try to do more than that. But if it's a 98, I should be happy with it because I gave it my all. Because if I keep trying for the 100, I am going to be just like the other in the crowd. I don't want to be a other person in the crowd. I would rather be a unique person. Others want to tell that he's perfect. So that is my view on it, ma'am.
So Nitish.
Yes, sir.
My question is, people often have different ways of dealing with these issues.
Decisions.
People often have different ways of dealing with these issues.
Okay.
All 4 issues.
Okay.
What works for one person may not work for another.
Yes, sir.
And people should be encouraged to find their own ways of coping.
Yes, sir.
Suggest your viewpoint for this.
Yes, sir. When it comes to stress, time management, and these things, it is highly subjective and it differs from person to person. And that is the main thing we are speaking about, that we are conducting webinars and we are actually trying to implement in our lives. So if one thing works for me, if I'm good at last minute preparation, that might not help him or her. So it is like eventually through experience we'll figure it out which works the way best for us. So that is my point.
Thank you. So that concludes this session.
An exceptional round of debate. Once again, a huge round of applause for both the participants.
Thanks for the opportunity, sir.
You can kindly take your seats. Another important point in this topic, perfectionism. Now, we will be continuing with the same topic, stressing more on perfectionism. We have Mr. Sarabjit Chakrabarti, and we are going to find a perfect match for him today. To give you a context, unfortunately, his counterpart was not able to attend the grand finale, so we'll be having chits, and 3 brave volunteers from the participants themselves will be competing against him. Judges, please note that the marking for the participant will not be counted. Only marking should be done for Sarabjit. And the participant will be participating only for the rebuttal round.
The person going against Sarabjit is Unnati Kotecha. Unnati. Shubham Jindal.
Good afternoon. My topic for today's debate competition is stress, perfectionism, procrastination, and time management are all overrated. Before expressing my views for or against the topic, I would like to explain each of these terms to everyone present over here. Starting with the word stress. What is stress? Any change that causes physical, psychological, or emotional strain is known as stress. Perfectionism, the desire of achieving perfection, the need to be perfect or appearing to be perfect is known as perfectionism. Procrastination, putting up things unnecessarily or delaying things unnecessarily is known as procrastination. The last word in my bucket list is time management. Organizing everything effectively and efficiently within a given time frame is known as time management. Now coming to my opinion, I would say that all these words are overrated words and overhyped words. If I talk about the word stress and analyze the definition of this word stress, then we will see that the definition ends with the word strain, which is nothing but the synonym of this word stress. So the word stress is very vague. And also, I believe that we human beings have immense mental power and will force. So definitely, we can combat stress. Moreover, with the practice of yoga and meditation, we can put stress in oblivion's curse. Perfectionism. This is a vague concept. Nothing like perfectionism exists. The definition of perfectionism says to be perfect. If we keep on chasing perfectionism, then we will lose the enjoyment of our life. So I think that we human beings, we do mistakes and we learn from our mistakes. And in fact, mistakes shape us. Procrastination, it is a misnomer. This procrastination never exists because if we love a particular thing, we will do that particular thing, however odd the circumstances might be. And if we do not love that thing, nobody can push us from our comfort zone and nobody can penetrate it and make us do that particular thing. Time management. Whenever the word management is attached with any word, it gives us a field of study. For example, if we attach the word management with finance, it becomes financial management, a dedicated course, a discipline of study, wherein if we need to master financial management and become good financial manager, we need 1 or 2 years of tough study. And sometimes this theoretical study is also not sufficient. We need practical knowledge. Similarly, to become good time managers, we need theoretical study plus practical knowledge. Therefore, I would like to say that why invest time in learning time management rather than investing time in introspecting and innovating ourselves should be our topmost priority. Lastly, I would like to say that all those words are overrated and overhyped words and are catchy and fancy phrases for YouTubers and content creators and not for people who sweat it out on the field. I would like to end my view with this famous quote that arise, awake, and stop not until the goal is reached. Thank you. Today during the opening ceremony, I saw a beautiful bouquet being presented to our dignitaries. That bouquet had a beautiful flower inside it. That was a rose. Now when I see a rose, I get reminded of something. It's the most beautiful flower in the world. Everyone loves to have it. But when we give that rose to someone, we remove. Why? Because we know that these thorns can hurt. That is the beauty of being a human. We know what is essential for our survival and we know how to discard the rest. And how can we do it? We can do it by managing stress. We can do it by idealizing perfectionism. We can do it by overcoming procrastination. And we can do it by respecting the most powerful element of our existence, that's time. Respected members of the jury, the Holy Bhagavad Gita is not just a religious book. For each and every one who has read it, it is a way of life. It teaches us how to live the life and how to live a successful life. Bhagwan Shri Krishna beautifully stated in the Bhagavad Gita, and Arjuna asked him that the mind, Bhagwan, is like a wind. Just like we cannot control the wind, how is it possible for us to control our mind? That was when Bhagwan Shri Krishna highlighted the importance of controlling the mind. And how do we control the mind? We control the mind by managing stress, which is the biggest hindrance in us being able to see what's correct for us and to see what's right for us. But ignorant, by being ignorant to the very effect of stress, is doing extreme injustice to the victims of mental health. Let us imagine a person who is suffering from depression. Let us all imagine a person who is thinking of ending his life. And imagine someone like my worthy opponent going and telling him, let it be, it is all overrated. Let's go have a party. How would that person be? Just like a hydra plant is extremely poisonous. People think that by cutting its roots, they're finishing the entire poison, but the real poison lies in the root of that plant. Similarly, when it comes to mental health, the real poison lies in stress. It lies in anxiety. And when we see that, when we hear that it's overrated, that is a very, very ignorant statement to make. Respected members of the jury, now let me talk about procrastination. India today is considered as a developing country, but we could have been a developed nation. But we procrastinated on focusing on technological innovations and the service sector. The 1991 reforms bore testimony, the necessity of the 1991 reforms bore testimony to our procrastination, which could have been avoided. So to end my speech, to conclude it, in a nutshell, I would simply say that if these four concepts are overrated, the very idea of a successful and a productive life is overrated. And if we want to become mediocre, and if we want to fall victim to mediocrity, let us accept whatever the opponent argues. Thank you. Okay. So I'm starting. Okay, I have a few questions for you. The first thing, in the first part of your speech, you are accepting that all these words were overrated. And you are telling me that I'm doing injustice to mental patients. Now, if there is something known as stress, then why can't I see stress on a person who is fighting inflation daily? Why can't I see stress on that child who is wearing shabby clothes on the very night of Diwali? And we are getting luxurious clothes. We are living with every comfort we are having, and still we are facing stress. Why is there no stress on the person who earns 10,000 rupees per month and is fighting in this inflationary economy? So don't you think that this word is an overrated word and stress exists only for people who are living life in a comfortable bed of roses? So have you seen a pizza? Yes. So do we like eating the pizza? How do we eat it? Do we gobble the entire thing on our own at once? No. I mean, do we eat it slice by slice or we gobble the entire thing? But what has pizza? We eat it slice by slice, right? We eat it just 1 minute. No, just 1 minute. I respect your point. I respected you. You told your point. I highly respect me. Keep in mind. Me about pizza, but what has pizza to do with stress? I'm telling you. That you wouldn't have that question. You wouldn't have had that question had you waited for 2 more seconds. Now, the reason why I say that is we need to deal with one problem at a time. Now, he talked about inflation. Inflation is a different issue. I don't understand what stress has to do with it. So stress is one slice of a pizza. Inflation is one slice of a pizza. That particular problem is a problem in itself. And you say that problem is overrated. And in the very next line, you're arguing that it's the reason for people being unhappy. So don't you think that paying attention to the root cause of being unhappy is not an overrated concept? How can striking at the root be an overrated concept? Sir, today India ranks 131 in the Global Happiness Index. Don't you think it's because of the poor mental health of our people? And don't you think stress is a reason for that particular thing. Talking about perfectionism, it's always said, aim for the moon, and if you fail, you land among the stars. The very concept of perfectionism exists for us to idealize where we should reach. So if that thing is overrated, all the people who have been able to succeed something, all the people who have been able to achieve something are overrated. Okay, I understand. I'm understanding what you are trying to say. My question is very simple. That you have seen poor people, you have visited slums. I don't know how often you have visited slums or not, but I want to know this from you, that why people in slums are more happy, and as compared to people who are having more modern amenities. People are living in tier 1 cities. They are having good colleges, good education, everything good, close to where, but still they are not happy. And if you want to make someone happy, then you can't do it. You can't achieve happiness like that. I am more interested in talking about why slums exist in the first place. It is because our government failed to manage its time properly, procrastinated on the issue of poverty, and prioritized vote bank politics over development. That is why those slums exist, and that is why you're getting an option to prioritize these particular things. The problem, the way they keep their spine always on, instead of fighting this economy. How do we fight this particular problem? How do we fight this particular problem of unhappiness? By striking at its root. I'm mentioning this for the 4th time. By striking at its root. How do we strike at the root? By paying attention to it in the first place. Thank you. Okay, for once again, I am accepting the fact that you are telling me that stress exists. I would have loved to argue with you, but the time is over, sir. No.
Yeah, the time is over. So, question time. My question is for Sarabji. So stress is normal. Still, it's so abnormal to talk about stress even in the present time. So I would like your thoughts on that.
Sir, I'm not saying that it is abnormal to talk about stress. I'm just saying that we are exaggerating stress. And if we lose self-confidence, if we think that we are weaker persons, then we will always be a victim of stress. And once we become that particular victim of stress, then we have to keep on taking pills, and the dose of the pills will keep on increasing. And who will earn profit by this way? The profit will be gathered by the pharmaceutical companies. They will take advantage of our weakness. So I think we should stop thinking that there is something known as stress. We should dump this word in the garbage.
Thank you. Shubham, my question is for you. We're talking about stress, perfectionism, and all are real issues. These issues can have significant impact on individuals' well-being and performance. They should be dismissed or minimized. What is your take on that?
Ma'am, my only take is that they should be respected, because these 4 concepts, if not respected, have the possibility of making entire human race a mediocre existent species, which is not our purpose. Our purpose is not only to look after our own selves, but to look after all the species which cannot look after their own selves. The Supreme Court, when it devised the parents' patriarchy doctrine, had a reason behind it. When it said that the state was the parent of all the natural species which could not defend itself, the Supreme Court knew that the human race had something which other species do not. Time management is one of those particular things. Perfectionism, us being able to idealize, is that particular thing, ma'am, which is why we are different from animals, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
Arnab Goswami just tweeted, looking for another job. Some CA students are after mine. A great round of debate competition. Grand finale truly did justice. All the participants. Huge round of applause once again for all the participants. The competition was so cutthroat that nobody could make out that there's a clear winner. So the results now will be announced in the valedictory session, which will be held in a short while. Till then, you can have refreshments outside, or you can go and watch the chess competition that's going on the first floor. As soon as the chess competition gets over, we'll be starting the valedictory sessions where the results will be announced. Thank you, everyone.
Kindly settle down. We are about to begin with the valedictory session. Victory always starts in the head. It's a state of mind. It then spreads with such radiance and such affirmations that destiny can do nothing but obey. Friends, we now conclude this national level grand finale of debate and chess competition hosted by Vadodara branch of WIRC of ICAI. After some of the most enthralling debates and showcase of sheer wit and brilliance in chess, I, Jagrak Dikshit, welcome you all to the valedictory session. Gracing the dais, we have C.A. Rikin Patel, Chairperson Vikasa Vadodara and Vice Chairperson Vadodara branch of WIRC of ICAI. C.A. Prashant Kotecha, Managing Committee Member, Vadodara branch of WIRC of ICAI. And Arpan Shah, Vice Chairperson, Vikasa Vadodara. Huge round of applause for the dais. I now request C.A. Rikin Patel to present a memento to C.A. Manish Bakshi. C.A. Manish Bakshi was a part of the eminent jury for chess competition. Thank you, sir. Friends, it is now time to announce the winners of the debate and chess competition. May I now request all the judges to please grace the dais with their presence. First, I'll be announcing the results of the debate competition and I'll be announcing the second place first. Any guesses? For the motion. It's Shambhavi Jade from Mumbai. And against the motion, we have Sahil Sonawat from Surat. Sahil Sonawat. Oh, Sahil. Sahil. Huge round of applause for the winners. Now, for first place in the debate competition, the two people who will win it all. Any guesses? The winner for the motion in first place is Unnati Kotecha from Kolkata. For against the motion, we have Siri Shetty from Bangalore. One. Thank you, everyone. Now it's time to announce the winners of the chess competition. Any guesses for the second place? It's Uttam Prakash Sharma from Haryana. बोलो बोलो तुम साहिल का नाम लो The winner of the chess competition, in the first place, we have Anuj Bansal from Ludhiana. Congratulations. Congratulations.
डिबेट वालों को इधर से इधर से आएंगे ठीक है इधर से आएंगे इधर से जाते रहेंगे एक एक करके
It is now time to recognize the hard work and dedication of all the participants of this national talent hunt. We will now be handing mementos and certificates to all the participants. I'll be starting with the debate competition. I request all the participants to enter the dais from this side and exit from there. First, we have Ashita Rani, Abhijit Singh, Akpan Behra, Anubhav Mishra, Ashton Montero, It takes huge amount of courage to speak in front of such a large audience. Brajesh Tiwari, Chahat, Devi Hiteshi. I request the audience to continue clapping for all the participants. Jai Hotani, Manan Shah, Nitish Raj, please continue clapping for all the participants. Palak Singh, Sarabjit Chakrabarti, Shubham Jindal, Saurabh Tekchandani, come on, show some enthusiasm, keep clapping for the participants. I will now be calling the participants of the chess competition. Abhishek Mishra, Akash Kumar Barado, Akshay AK, Ananda Venkatesan, Janvi Soneji, Kavya Jain, Manas Agarwal, Mohit Patwardhan, Mohit Suchak, round of applause again, don't stop. Nitin R, Prashant Shukla, Prateek Mittal, people show some spirit, they have come a long way and they deserve this. Ramanathan Vaidyanathan, Ronak Chaudhary. Satyam Rai. Louder, louder. Vatsal Makol. And Vasu Mittal.
Yes. कवर है लेदर कवर कवर से फोटो होगा पहले फोटो ले लो फोटो सर्टिफिकेट का कवर का नाम से
I request all the participants to collect the covers for the certificates. And now I would request cover certificates will be handed over to all the participants. Kindly collect them from the CASA members. Once again, I request the loudest round of applause for all the participants of debate and chess competition. May I now request Srirekan Patel to give his closing remarks.
So this brings an end to the grand finale, and I hope all of you have enjoyed a lot. किया कि नहीं? मजा आया? So congratulations to all the winners and also all the participants for participating. This was a tough job, which you have done it, and you all are winner for me. Okay, huge round of applause for everyone. I also take this opportunity and thank SSCB and Alok ji, Kapil ji for supporting us for this event. Thank you so much. Everyone working on this event. I would also thank my whole team, Vikasa team, as well as staff member. They were working day in and day out for this. So thank you to all of them. And now I'll request all the winners to come on stage for photograph, group photo. Okay, first debate winners on the days.
क्या कह रहे हो पहले विनर्स के साथ लेना है सर Now I request all the debate participants to kindly come on stage. Debate, sir. Participants of the debate competition. Now I would like to call upon stage the winners of the chess competition. Kindly welcome them with an applause. Winners of the chess competition. And now all the participants of the chess competition. One more announcement for the participants. Participants kindly don't go anywhere. There's a special dinner arranged for everyone, every participant of debate and chess competition. And for every participant, the certificate covers are available at the reception. Kindly collect them when you go. We will also be having a group photo at the entrance of the branch. Kindly wait over there. On behalf of the Vadodara branch, it was an immense pleasure to host the national talent and grand finale over here. We hope you enjoyed the hospitality and keep participating, keep growing. Signing off, Jagrak Dikshit. Thank you. Thank you.
I would also take this opportunity to thank Jagrak and Parshva in absentia for doing an excellent MOC job. So thank you so much, both of you. I'll request Jagrak to collect the memento, please.